Chapter 1063. It was a dazzling halo. The rich earth energy completely covered the entire cave. In the halo, there was a clear luster. It was a Chopai that had yet to take shape. It was completely different from the Chopai that he had fought with before. There were faint signs of life, but there was no sense of wisdom. It was only in the budding state. His aura, Lin Feng's pupils dilated. It was exactly the same as the Chopai that he had fought. No wonder he felt an unusually familiar feeling. The only difference was that the aura of this Chopai was quite weak. The bright halo condensed a strong defensive power. It was the defense created by the power of that Chopai. The two, to him, it felt like a clone. They were formed from the same origin. No, it's not a clone. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. The Chopai that was enveloped by the halo, although it did not have any wisdom, but it had power. It was similar to the Chopai, but it had yet to grow up. Lin Feng was extremely shocked. He stared at the bright halo, and a strange thought suddenly appeared in his mind. Could it be that it's like the inheritance given by Senior Lei Meng, or the origin seed in the Panwood continent? Divine beasts could not mate and reproduce. However, when the door closed, a window would inevitably open. Just like Senior Lei Meng, who could give a one and only inheritance and pass on his power, or like the Panwood, who could condense all the essence on the origin seed and reproduce the next generation. This was not true reproduction. It was like cutting meat to feed an eagle. In a way, it was similar to a clone, but there were slight differences, because this was the giving and birth of a new life. The Chopai in the halo was very similar. Yes, it's very similar. Lin Feng's eyes were bright. No wonder the Chopai he saw before he fainted was so powerful and majestic. However, when he saw the Chopai again, it seemed weak. After fighting with it, he could not find where it was injured. Now he finally understood. It hurt its vitality and its foundation. As I expected, it should have become so weak in order to pass on its descendants. It's also because of this that he gave up on the idea of hunting me down. This Chopai is still in its embryonic stage, and the slightest carelessness will lead to eternal damnation. To Chopai, this kind of inheritance should be very, very difficult, even if he is a divine beast. The thoughts in his mind were completely cleared. Lin Feng's eyes flashed with a bright luster as his heart was moved. At this moment, Qiu Ji was rushing over from outside. His mad roars were enough to show how angry he was. It was as if he had gone mad. Wait a minute. Lin Feng was startled. The Chopai that joined this embryonic stage is the inheritance of the Chopai outside. Then, could it be that he also has an Earth natal compass? Shocked, Lin Feng instantly felt his mouth go dry. It was highly possible. If his guess was correct, then the Chopai in the halo might have a part of the Earth Fate Star Plate. It was just like the origin seed of the immortal tree in the immortal tree continent. Although it was not the main body, it had all the vital organs. It was like a seed that was slowly germinating. And the main body of this seed had true value. Bang! Flames of different colors flashed. Lin Feng's eyes were completely bright as the flames of rebirth boiled. Oh no, such strong defensive power. Lin Feng was shocked and frowned. The defensive power of this halo was even stronger than that of the outside of the cave. Obviously, Chopai had made sufficient preparations for its inheritance. Just by looking at how important it was to this, one could tell how important it was. This was definitely a treasure. Hong Ling, and 100 poison-colored python. Lin Feng's eyes were bloodshot. At this moment, he couldn't care about anything else. Along with the flickering of his left eyebrow, the three appeared with Yi as the leader. There was no need for any verbal communication. Yi instantly took all the responsibility and flew out of the cave with Hong Ling and the 100 poison-colored python. Lin Feng's eyes were cold. In an instant, 2 resplendent astral fruits appeared in his hands. One of them was the fruit in serpent, and the other was the soul-returning fruit. This time, he was risking his life. The opportunity was right in front of him, and it couldn't be repeated. Although he couldn't defeat the Chopai outside, all he needed was time. As long as he could buy enough time, he would be able to absorb everything in this halo. In his estimation, there was at least a 60% chance that he had the Earth natal astrolabe. Let's take the risk. Lin Feng, take the risk. This time, it was the perfect opportunity. Hurry, hurry. Just like the Earth rampart outside the cave, the halo defense here was also formed by a considerable amount of energy. Without Qiu Pai's protection, there was only a remnant of energy left. He was completely capable of breaking it. The key was time. Hold on, everyone. I'm counting on you this time. Lin Feng's brows were tightly knitted together. He was a little worried. Although he had been training for 1,000 days, he had been constantly improving the strength of Hong Ling and the 100 poison color python in the 1,000 snake cave for this moment. However, after spending so much time together, they had unknowingly become partners. He didn't want anything to happen to them, especially Hong Ling. He didn't have a strong defense and control like Wing, and he didn't have an immortal body like the 100 poison color python. It was very dangerous for him to fight. Although he was a peak star sector level, his opponent this time, it was the saint-level Earth Divine Beast, Qiu Pai. And it was an enraged Qiu Pai. Boom! There was an earth-shattering explosion. Lin Feng could see the battle outside through the winged bug's vision. It instantly began. Wing was indeed worthy of being his best helper. His first attack was already an all-out killing move that was swift and fierce. What Wing needed to do was not only to buy time, but also to attack again and again. Only an attack that could truly threaten Qiu Pai and infuriate it could make it stop. Among the three, only Wing could do that. Tragic. Unusually tragic. Everyone, hold on for a while longer. Lin Feng's face was pale, and his heart was in pain. In its normal state, Qiu Pai was already powerful enough, but this crazy Qiu Pai was even more terrifying. Previously, he had Wing, Hong Ling, and the 100 poison color python, but they were still no match for it, let alone now. The army was defeated like a landslide. Wing was the most threatening, and he had exerted the most effort. Similarly, he was the most injured. Next was the 100 poison colored python, and Hong Ling was the least injured due to Wing's care. However, the three of them weren't doing well. Qiu Pai was too strong. Even though it was heavily injured, the dense earth element here gave it an extremely strong recovery ability. As long as it didn't die, its recovery ability was astonishing. Its attacks were even more terrifying. Boom! There was another violent explosion, and the entire land seemed to have quieted down. Lin Feng closed his eyes and pursed his lips. The moment the explosion happened, he retrieved Hong Ling. In that instant, Wing was heavily injured again, and the 100 poison-colored python turned into ashes and returned to the rainbow staff. "Come back, Wing," Lin Feng bellowed. In front of him, the halo was already extremely dim, but it was almost there. Even so, he didn't plan to let Wing take any more risks. For him, Wing had already sacrificed too much. He was different from the 100 poison-colored python. He only had one life. "But I'm fine, boss." Wing returned to the cave, but rejected the summon. Even though he was heavily injured, Wing didn't have the slightest intention of giving up. Lin Feng was stunned. Suddenly, Wing's branches spread out like vines, and winged bugs spread out like locusts. Instantly, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. There was no need for communication. He knew what Wing was going to do next. "Excellent. Thank you, Wing," Lin Feng murmured in his heart. Once again, he focused his mind. The flame of rebirth rose wildly. The ferocious flame was especially glaring in the empty cave and completely covered the earth aura. As the flame burned, an angry roar came from outside the cave. However, in an instant, boom, rumble, as if the mountain was collapsing, the cave collapsed. Wing's thousands of winged bugs displayed their true advantage. This cave wasn't too big, and was only big enough for Qiu Pai to enter and exit normally. At this moment, large pieces of rocks fell down and blocked the cave entrance. Even if it was only half, it was already a huge obstacle for Qiu Pai. Since he couldn't win with brute force, he changed to using his wits. Wing was rather cunning. No, it should be said that he was smart. Lin Feng's lips curled up. He knew Wing's nature. The first fusion of consciousness determined Wing's personality, just like how a 3-year-old determined 80 years old. Wing's slyness and cunning, if used in the right way, would become rather smart. For martialists above the star sector level, intelligence was a very important talent, regardless of whether it was in battle or cultivation. Wah! Wah! The flames flared. Lin Feng's eyes lit up again, and he instantly released Hong Ling. Among the three, Hong Ling was the least injured. As a fire-type battle snake, Hong Ling's attack power was extremely strong, even stronger than Wing's. In an instant, the flames lit up the entire cave. With the addition of Hong Ling, it was like adding wings to a tiger. Lin Feng pursed his lips, and his eyes became brighter. Pa! 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 The halo seemed to have cracked, and the light had already dimmed and dissipated. Outside the cave, the roars and angry attacks seemed to want to destroy the entire cave. Chiu Pai's violent aura completely exploded, and he was getting closer and closer. Wing's delay had reached its limit. Lin Feng jumped and sped up. He could almost feel Chiu Pai's huge figure in front of him. He was about to arrive. But you won't make it in time. Lin Feng's eyes flashed. Boom! A violent explosion sounded, and with the last ray of flames, the entire halo was torn apart and turned into nothingness. The disappearance of the halo meant that all the defensive power was destroyed. Feeling the dense wood aura, Lin Feng felt like he was suffocating. The budding Chiu Pai was right in front of him. It's you. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Chapter 1064. An oppressive aura came from afar. Roar! A shocking roar with extreme anger sounded. The entire cave seemed to be about to collapse. Wing tried his best to block. At every moment, countless winged insects would charge forward like moths to a flame. However, they could only stop Chiu Pai for half a second. If Wing's strength hadn't increased greatly after the fusion, he wouldn't have been able to block for so long. Even though Chiu Yang was severely injured in the battle with Lin Feng, he was still able to make up for it. But he was still a saint-level divine beast. As the saying goes, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. In terms of strength, the difference between a saint level and a star sector level was like heaven and earth. Wing couldn't be compared to Chiu Pai. It was already rare for him to be able to block for so long. Bang! The flames burned. Lin Feng's eyes flashed. He had no other choice. The flames instantly enveloped the budding Chiu Pai. This is... Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. His heart thumped. In an instant, his entire body trembled violently. He was pleasantly surprised. In his body, the Phoenix natal chart was shining brightly. The Earth natal chart was flashing like a thirsty person seeing water. There really is one. Lin Feng clenched his fists tightly. He was extremely excited. Even if this was just a budding Chiu Pai, even if it didn't have any aura of life, but it also had the Earth natal chart. It was exactly the same as Chiu Pai. Although the Earth natal chart was still in a budding state, it had all the vital organs. The aura of Earth was abnormally dense. It was enough to light up his own Earth natal chart. It's you. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. There was no hesitation. There was no need for hesitation. Wing, Hong Ling, and 100 poison-colored python had sacrificed so much for this moment. Absorb. Wah! Lin Feng's eyes flashed. He didn't care about the angry roars outside. Since he had come this far, there was no need to retreat. Even if he returned the budding Chiu Pai, he couldn't escape death. He might as well absorb it and take a gamble. He couldn't let Wing and Hong Ling's efforts go to waste. Hiss! Streams of clear energy circulated within his body. The energy of the Earth Fate Astrolabe spread throughout his body. His limbs were filled with the dense aura of Earth. Lin Feng instantly closed his eyes. Even though the cave was in a state of chaos and the surrounding aura was extremely chaotic, as if the mountains were collapsing and the earth was cracking. But at this moment, all the rioting seemed to have stopped. Time also seemed to have slowed down in that second, and the surrounding space was completely still. All that was left was his heart. Pung, pung. Lin Feng could sense the light, but bright beating. He had never felt it so clearly before. Screech! A loud and clear cry reverberated in his ears. As the last Earth Fate star plate lit up, his body felt as if it was on fire. In his mind, a huge phoenix spread its wings and flew high into the sky. Its enormous wings covered the sky like raging flames. The familiar flames of devouring and rebirth revolved around it. The aura of the phoenix. Shocking and abnormal. He was high and mighty, like an emperor. Whoosh! Whoosh! 6 of the 7 spots of light on the Phoenix Fate star plate lit up, along with the pair of exquisite and translucent eyes at the head of the phoenix, which seemed to be able to see through everything. Lin Feng's eyes emitted a bright light. Streams of energy spread out like wisps of blood, causing his eyes to rapidly change. The radiance was much brighter than before, but this was only a small part of it. Pa! Pa! His body seemed to explode, transforming at a speed visible to the naked eye. The cells in his body were constantly differentiating. Along with his blood, they were all compatible with the Phoenix Fate star plate. This feeling was like a fusion, like an assimilation. If Lin Feng only had a trace of the Phoenix's blood before, then as time passed and he continued to cultivate, this drop of Phoenix's blood had already covered his entire body, like a seed sprouting in his body. Now, it was time to reap the harvest. So powerful. What a familiar power. Lin Feng muttered softly, feeling that his power was constantly rising. The Earth Fate star plate lit up completely, like a phoenix spreading its wings. It had finally grown up and matured. At this moment, the divine beast's blood was completely awakened. Different from the awakening of ordinary divine beasts, this awakening was not only about the body, but also the heart. Lin Feng was shocked. In the Earth Fate star plate, the ferocious appearance of the lightning mantis vaguely flashed and thunder rumbled. In the Fire Fate star plate, the devouring fire burned fiercely. As the phoenix soared into the sky, it flashed with a shocking luster of power. In the Wood Fate star plate, a giant tree grew healthily. Its branches and leaves swayed gently with the wind, and there was a rich Tao of time. In the Water Fate star plate, drops of light and moist water formed a huge waterfall. The water element formed an indigo-blue existence, which made people feel refreshed and smooth. In the Earth Fate star plate, a Chiopai curled up its body. As the power of Earth was born, its body was slowly growing bigger and bigger. Every effort, every gain. Different from the growth of the phoenix, Lin Feng's increase in strength and the lighting of the Earth Fate star plate had too many difficulties and miracles. But now, he had finally reaped the harvest. Whoosh! Whoosh! Streams of clear water flowed through his mind. Lin Feng's pupils were completely enlarged. As his whole body changed, he felt extremely incredulous. He did not expect that the lighting of the Earth Fate star plate would cause such a shocking change in him. The Earth Fate star plate was completely lit up. They were connected to each other and formed a complete whole, causing the Phoenix Fate star plate to undergo its first change. In the cave, roar! An extremely angry roar shook the world. At this time, Chopai had already gone crazy. He felt that the only aura that belonged to him had disappeared, and he was mentally and physically exhausted. To him, this was a destruction. Any divine beast, even the ancient divine beast, Lightning Mantis, only had one chance to inherit. And this time, Chiopai's efforts were in vain. Roar! Roar! An extremely angry roar, accompanied by a strong power of earth, erupted completely. The annoying branches and black beetles in front of him made Chiopai hysterical and angry. If it were not for these annoying things blocking his way, he would have already broken into the cave. Pong! 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 The element of earth shot out like a cloud of light bullets. Although Chiopai was not good at attacking, it did not mean that he did not know how to attack. A saint-level existence was definitely not ordinary. Even if the power of his attack was far inferior to his defense, the current wing could not be compared to his peak state. Boom! Boom! Violent explosions continued to resound. The attack of the Earth Ring, accompanied by the cloud of Earth bullets, completely destroyed Wing's defense. Wing, who had just recovered, was once again heavily injured. Facing the furious and irrational Chiu Pai, Wing completely lost the ability to resist. Tens of thousands of black beetles attacked like moths to a flame. Wing tried his best to resist, but he was retreating step by step. Boom! Like a meteorite falling from the sky, the crazy element of Earth once again condensed in a cloud of bullets and shot out. Thousands of attacks destroyed Wing's defense, and the branches completely collapsed. Wing's aura was getting weaker and weaker. On the contrary, Chiu Pai's attacks were getting fiercer and fiercer. His ferocious and distorted face did not have the slightest bit of the holiness of a divine beast. At this moment, he seemed to have transformed into a ferocious beast. He was already at a great disadvantage, and he was also seriously injured. If all the Earth bullets hit him again, Wing would probably be crippled if not dead. But at this moment, bang! Shocking flames filled the sky. Right in front of Wing, flames rose like a sky curtain, swallowing everything. Chiu Pai's expression changed, but at this moment, he could not afford to pause for even a moment. A celestial image of a phoenix spreading its wings appeared in the void, and dense flames surrounded the phoenix. A loud cry accompanied the appearance of a black figure. Chiu Pai's gaze became extremely fierce and distorted. He would never forget that face. It was him. Lin Feng finally appeared. Although he had not completed all the fusion and transformation. But it was too late. Swoosh! Lin Feng's left eyebrows flashed, and the moment he appeared, he recalled Wing. Thank you, Wing. Lin Feng's eyes flashed as he murmured softly. He was able to complete the absorption and transformation this time because of Wing. Without Wing's obstruction and desperately trying to buy time for him, he would not be so lucky this time. He owed Wing a lot. When the time comes, I will definitely return it to you. Lin Feng's eyes flashed slightly, and he smiled faintly. Right now, he had to solve this big problem first. Roar! Chiu Pai saw that his enemy had arrived, and he was extremely angry. Not only did he not stop attacking, but he also increased his strength to the extreme. New and old hatred rose together, and all his anger turned into attacks that blasted towards Lin Feng. He must tear this detestable human into pieces to vent the hatred in his heart. But I could survive the first day, but I can't survive the 15th. I couldn't kill you last time, but this time, let's see how you dodge. Lin Feng's eyes were bright. He stood upright, but his aura was completely different. His body was filled with a refined feeling, and his eyes were filled with a deep light like a black hole. This time, after the fusion with the Earth Star Plate, the great energy had directly raised his eyes to a whole level, from the 5th level to the 6th level. Now, Lin Feng's eyes had completely reached the Saint level. Top level eyes, 6th level. Illusion. Lin Feng's eyes lit up, and Yu Miao gently shone. Previously, when he was in his own state, the illusion did not have any effect on Chiu Pai, but now that they were both at the Saint level, it was completely different. Moreover, not only did he become stronger, but Chiu Pai also became weaker. With one rising and one falling, the gap had long been closed, and it was even stronger. Boom! Chiu Pai's head exploded, and he was completely stunned. This was a true Saint-level attack. Although his defense was strong, it was just a physical defense. Moreover, in order to reproduce, his vitality had been greatly damaged. The current Chiu Pai's soul was already extremely weak, and it was just the beginning. Let's end it. Lin Feng's eyes flashed. The fire of devouring rose completely. Not only did he recover all his strength, but he also went one step further. Behind Lin Feng, a huge phoenix spread its wings and soared into the sky, condensing a holy light. In Lin Feng's body, the Fire Life Star Plate was completely lit up. Its power was far stronger than the fire of devouring in the first battle. Things were different now. Bang! The flames were dazzling and boiling, swallowing the entire cave. Facing Chiu Pai, who was already at the end of his rope, the fire of devouring displayed a domineering and terrifying power. Accompanied by hysterical roars, it became fainter and disappeared. The sound of the cave collapsing disappeared, and the only thing left in the entire space was the figure of the moving flames. And a black figure stood indifferently, his eyes as bright as the starry sky. Lin Feng had a great breakthrough. Chapter 1065. The Peach Garden was the most mysterious place in the southern region. It was also the territory of the ruler of the southern region, Emperor Yao. Saint Kings were not only the strongest in the human world, they were also the strongest in the entire Do Ling world. The demon race had the most, followed by the sorcerer race and the ancient race. As for the human race, there were only 12 of them, and they were known as the 12 Saint Lords. Nothing, still nothing. Something must have happened to Master. King Gui and the other saints had ugly expressions as they frowned. To be able to stay in the Peach Garden, the saints here were more or less related to the Saint Lord, Emperor Yao. For example, King Gui was Emperor Yao's disciple, and King Yin, who was in charge of the entire Vermilion Bird Continent, was also taught by Emperor Yao. He had students all over the world. It was the most appropriate word to describe Emperor Yao. Whoosh! A fiery red figure appeared in the Peach Garden. His appearance attracted the attention of all the saints, and their eyes that had dimmed due to worry completely lit up. King Yin had arrived. Senior brother, junior brother. All the saints immediately surrounded him, and the entire Peach Garden was filled with tension. What's the result, old Yin? King Gui asked anxiously. King Yan's expression was solemn as he looked around. His gaze landed on King Gui, and he slowly shook his head. It was such a simple action, but it caused the atmosphere to become heavy, especially King Gui, who was like a deflated balloon. Junior brother, what did you find out? Why don't you speak frankly? A clear voice suddenly rang out, like the sound of a bell. In an instant, it attracted the attention of all the saints, including King Yin. Eldest senior brother is here. It's eldest senior brother. All the saints retreated to the side, opening up a path. What entered their sight was a tall and proud figure. He was dressed in plain clothes, but he gave off a feeling of being above others. His temperament was extremely unique. Shun. In terms of fame in the various continents of the southern region, he was not as famous as King Yin, King Gui, and the other rulers of the 9 continents. However, he was truly in existence above everyone in the southern region. Eldest senior brother, Shun. He was personally appointed by Emperor Yao to be in charge of the affairs of the entire southern region. All of the 9 great continents of the southern region were under Shun's jurisdiction. Even the saints of the Peach Garden were extremely respectful towards their senior apprentice brother, Shun, not only because of his character, but also because of his strength. He was the #1 person under Emperor Jiao. He was even stronger than King Yin, King Gui, and the other kings of the 9 provinces. He was only 1 step away from Emperor Yao's cultivation level, Shun. Greetings to eldest senior brother. King Yin clasped his hands respectfully. In the entire southern region, aside from his master, Emperor Yao, the person he respected the most was his senior apprentice brother, Shun. His eldest senior brother, Shun, had contributed greatly to his breakthrough and cultivation. As the ruler of the southern region, Emperor Yao was usually very busy, and Shun would shoulder the responsibility of the eldest senior brother and guide his junior brothers. Not only King Yin, King Gui, King Qin Wang, and the other saints, almost all of them had been taught by Shun before. Therefore, Shun's prestige was very high. We are all brothers and sisters here. Junior brother Yin, you can tell us what you have found. Shun's eyes were calm, and he had the temperament of someone who would not change his expression even if a mountain collapsed in front of him. He was very calm, as if nothing in this world could move him. King Yin nodded slowly, his eyes burning. Eldest senior brother, Master is not the only one who has lost contact. The surroundings were in an uproar, and Shun's eyes flashed. Continue. King Yan's expression was solemn. Emperor Qin Wang of the eastern region, Emperor Mo Luo of the northwestern region, Emperor Fong of the northern region, and even Emperor Huang of the central region have all gone missing. According to the investigation, the Saint Lords of the 9 regions all went to the Sorcerer's sacred land after receiving the Sorcerer Emperor's orders. Huh. There was an uproar. This must be related to the Sorcerer Emperor. Yes, otherwise, how could there be such a coincidence? Does that mean the Sorcerer race wants to deal with the human race? The saints whispered to each other, and there was a lot of discussion. However, King Yin, King Gui, King Qin, and the other kings of the 9 provinces all frowned. Things were not that simple. Quiet, Shun shouted. In an instant, everyone stopped talking, and there was silence. Shun looked around at everyone, and finally his gaze landed on King Yin. Apart from Master and the other Saint Lords of the 9 regions, is there any news about the other 3 Saint Lords? This. King Yin paused and thought for a while. I'm not sure. This is all I know. I understand. Shun nodded, and a bright light flashed in his eyes. Everyone, there is no need to panic. Just do your job. Looking around at the crowd, Shun shouted softly, King Yin, King Gui, King Qinhuang, all of you, the lords of the 9 great continents, remember to seal off the news and avoid causing panic. I will take care of this. Wait for my news. Shun's expression was calm. Yes, eldest senior brother. King Yin and the others cupped their hands and replied. The human world had encountered a huge change. At this moment, on Demon Emperor Island, a storm was brewing, and everyone was paying attention to it. The faces of the 4 imperial clans were ashen. Apart from the ancestor of the Blood Tiger clan, Kuei Tiangao, the other 3 clans had suffered a crushing defeat. Although the lose-lose mechanism did not send them to hell, it was enough to embarrass them. The 4 imperial clans only occupied one of the top 4 spots in the winners group. It was a blatant mockery. The demon emperors looked at the red-yellow essence ape with a deep frown on their faces. It was simply a monster that had appeared out of nowhere. It was born with great strength. Not only did it have terrifying violence, but also had perfect footwork and an outstanding battle sense. The most shocking thing was that this red-yellow essence ape was constantly improving in every battle. It had an extremely strong learning ability. 2 of the representatives of the 4 imperial clans had lost to it, and the other, he had lost to another foreign species, the bull demon of the barbarian bull clan. It was a monstrous strength that was even more terrifying than the red-yellow essence ape. If the red-yellow essence ape strength was more comprehensive, then the bull demon was simply a single-minded expert. He completely followed the tradition of the barbarian bull clan. His strength was simply terrifying. One axe after another, he unleashed the essence of the Tao of strength to the limit. Great skill appeared to be clumsy. When his strength reached a certain level, all techniques would be useless in front of him. The bull demon, in the eyes of the demon emperors, he was even more terrifying than the red-yellow essence ape. At this moment, a miracle was also happening in the land of miracles. There was no one in the Crystal Palace. King Yin and King Gui were both busy. How could they have the time to pay attention to the development of the Vermilion Bird Challenge? Otherwise, if the 2 of them were to see the miraculous scene on the crystal wall, they would be so shocked that their eyeballs would fall out. The ancient forbidden land, the sacred earth divine beast, Chiu Pai, was dead, killed by someone. This was simply an unprecedented feat since the start of the Vermilion Bird Challenge. Many martial artists had entered the ancient forbidden land by chance. Many of them had even advanced to the Saint Realm. However, to kill a sacred divine beast, even a Saint Realm expert would find it difficult to do so, let alone a peak star sector-level expert. However, right now, a young man had done it. Lin Feng. This was simply unimaginable. However, at this moment, in the realm of the Earth's core, it was indeed happening. Not only did Lin Feng kill the Earth Divine Beast, Chiu Pai, but he also seemed to have absorbed all of its power. Whoosh! Lin Feng closed his eyes tightly. A thick layer of Earth elemental energy condensed around his body. His face was solemn as he thought to himself, what a powerful Earth elemental energy. What a rich source of energy. This is the real Earth Fate star disk. It's too powerful. Lin Feng muttered to himself. He sat cross-legged on the ground and took in deep breaths. As he took in a deep breath, the Earth elemental energy around him completely condensed. Lin Feng was completely focused. Within the Phoenix Fate star disk, the Earth Fate star disk shone brightly. Previously, when he lit up the Earth Fate star disk and condensed all 5 Earth Fate star disks, Lin Feng had already benefited a lot. Now that he had absorbed Qiu Pai's Earth Fate star disk, he had even more fortuitous encounters. I see. This is Qiu Pai's comprehension. The defense of the Earth elemental energy, the arrangement of the Earth elemental energy, the usage. Lin Feng was deeply immersed in his comprehension. This could be considered as a blessing in disguise. The combination of the Phoenix Fate star disk and all the Earth Fate star disks had caused a strange change in his body. His comprehension of the 5 elemental energy had increased by a lot. Not to mention other things, just his fire-sensing ability, including his control of the devouring fire, was not as smooth as before. But now, not only was his control of the devouring fire stronger, but the power of the devouring fire had also increased. As for the Earth elemental energy, his comprehension of the Earth elemental energy was originally very poor. But after the Phoenix Fate star disk transformation, his comprehension of the Earth elemental energy had become much more intimate. It had increased by more than 100 times. It was like a completely different person. Now that he had killed Qiu Pai and absorbed his Earth Fate star disk, his body had transformed. In his mind, it was as if he had assimilated with Qiu Pai. His power was like a stream of clear water flowing into his body and into the Earth Fate star disk. Even his comprehension of the Earth elemental energy had been deeply understood. This feeling was quite wonderful. The Earth elemental energy, Lin Feng thought. Trying to enter the Earth Fate star disk, Qiu Pai's appearance appeared in his mind. Including his power, he could clearly sense it. Could it be, after absorbing his Earth Fate star disk, I can already cultivate the Earth elemental energy? Lin Feng sighed in his heart. Opening his eyes, he felt a little incredulous, but he suddenly smiled. How is it possible? Whether it is the Phoenix constellation or the Ursa major constellation, they have nothing to do with the Earth elemental energy. Lin Feng instantly denied, but he pursed his lips. His feeling was very strange. Qi. Lin Feng instantly shook his head as flames gathered in his hands. That's not right. With a thought, the flames were extinguished. Closing his eyes, Lin Feng tried to sense the Earth Fate star disk, feeling the Earth elemental energy around him, and his heart gradually merged with the Earth Fate star disk. In an instant, around his body, a sand dune-like defense was formed. The Earth elemental energy was extremely dense, as if it was attracted by a strong force, crazily gathering. Almost in the blink of an eye, a huge defensive armor was formed. Lin Feng opened his eyes wide, looking at his hands in a daze. It can't be right. Chapter 1066. Indeed, no wonder Lin Feng was so surprised. From the perspective of a martial artist, this was clearly inconceivable. What did the Phoenix constellation have to do with the Earth element? They were not related at all. But now he could control the Earth element skillfully. It was too strange. It should be Qiu Pai. After absorbing his Earth Fate star plate, it seems to have merged with my Earth Fate star plate. It's just like a clone. Lin Feng nodded thoughtfully. After thinking for a while, this was the only explanation. It was just like how he could use the Thunder Slaughter armor. If it was not counted as his main body, then it could be explained. Phew! Letting out a light breath, Lin Feng closed his eyes again and immersed his mind in the Earth Fate star plate, trying to understand everything about Qiuji. His understanding was extremely clear, and the rich Earth element was like a fish in water in this ancient forbidden area of the Earth element. If I cultivate the Earth element here, it seems like I can really become a saint. The corners of Lin Feng's mouth rose slightly as he smiled. His consciousness left the Earth Fate star plate and returned to himself. This time, he didn't feel as close to the surrounding Earth element as before. Instead, it felt much more unfamiliar. As expected, I am still me. Lin Feng smiled. Although there were some changes after absorbing Qiu Pai's Earth Fate star plate, his body did not change. Although this was an opportunity, and he was 80% sure that he could enter the saint level with the Earth element, what about after that? What should he do for his future cultivation? Entering the saint level with a shortcut was not beneficial to him. He had to fight steadily and surely. However, even if I can't enter the saint level with the Earth element, right now my strength has at least improved by a bit. Lin Feng smiled confidently. He was confident that he could unleash Qiu Ji's innate talent and ultimate skill. Qiu Pai Wall. It was the terrifying defense that once blocked his strongest attack. Only the Earth Fate star plate. Lin Feng nodded. The other 4 natal discs didn't have the same clear reaction as the Earth natal disc. Even though the Life Star Plate that controlled the fire of devouring had advanced along with the Phoenix Life Star Plate, it couldn't be like the Earth Life Star Plate where he could immerse himself in it and sense it deeply. Clearly, the reason why the Earth Fate Astrolabe was special was because of Qiu Ji. Do I have to hunt other divine beasts if I want to use the other Fated Star Plate's abilities? Lin Feng smiled indifferently. He stood up and immediately threw this meaningless thought to the back of his mind. Let nature take its course. It would be good if he had it, but it didn't matter if he didn't. The existence of the Phoenix Natal Plate was the foundation of his strength, but it was not everything. Relying on the uniqueness of the fated astral plate was undoubtedly putting the cart before the horse. What he should do now was to find his own path to becoming a saint. All the fated astrolabes are lit up. I even lit up one of the destined star plates and broke through to the saint realm. There are no more obstacles. Lin Feng said softly, his eyes flickering. He was one step closer to the saint level. Uproar. Within the Vermilion Bird territory, the rankings changed again. Lin Feng, who had dropped to 4th place, jumped back to 2nd place in the blink of an eye. 270,90,000. In an instant, his points increased by 1 million. Even surpassing Tseng Run, who was in 2nd place, and Zhu Rumeng, who was in 3rd place, Lin Feng's performance was extremely shocking. The gap between him and Thousand Love Emperor, who was in 1st place, was very small. Thousand Love Emperor's current points were 299,000. It was very close. Although everyone was excited, they were also numb. Lin Feng had created too many surprises. What everyone was looking forward to was 1st place on the rankings, and 2nd, who would break through in this Vermilion Bird Challenge competition and become the next saint of the Vermilion Bird continent. At this moment, Lin Feng was unaware. In fact, Lin Feng didn't even know how many points he had obtained. The ancient cup in his left hand hadn't been touched for a long time. To Lin Feng, the outcome of the Vermilion Bird Challenge competition and the number of points he obtained didn't matter. The most important thing was what he could obtain and what he could comprehend through this opportunity. Most importantly, he could find his own path to becoming a saint. This is the Earth-type ancient Forbidden Land. I'm not an Earth-type martial artist, and I didn't enter by chance. Therefore, there's more than one way to enter the ancient Forbidden Land. Lin Feng's eyes flickered as he thought to himself. He had entered through the ancient ruins. If I enter the most difficult ancient ruins in the fire territory and pass all the tests, will I be able to enter the corresponding ancient Forbidden Land? Lin Feng thought for a moment and nodded. The possibility was very high. He really wanted to enter the ancient Forbidden Land, the Sparrow King prison. However, even if it was already open, he would have to rely on luck to find it. The so-called luck was an opportunity and fate. It might not necessarily fall on him. If he could get it, he would be lucky. If he couldn't, it would be normal. Instead of searching for luck aimlessly, he might as well create his own luck. Leave this place and head to the fire territory. If I'm not wrong, as long as I can pass the most difficult ancient ruins in the fire territory, it's also possible enter the fire ancient Forbidden Land. Clenching his fists, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. With his current strength, As long as he could find the ancient ruins, the possibility of passing through. Very high. However, the first thing he had to do was to find a way out. He had to leave this ancient forbidden land first. Lin Feng thought for a moment, but wasn't worried. With Wing's help, it shouldn't be difficult to find the exit of this ancient forbidden land. Probably. Sparrow King Prison. It was a sea of flames. The flames here burned fiercely like a mountain of flames. Ordinary martial artists wouldn't be able to get close to it. These ownerless flames were quite intimidating to peak star sector-level martial artists. Only someone as powerful as King Yin could ignore them. At this moment, in this sea of flames, there was a faint figure floating in the air. It wasn't King Yin. It was a short-haired woman. She wore a neutral martial attire, but it couldn't hide her beauty. Her eyes were as bright as pearls, and her skin was as white as snow. The tight-fitting martial attire accentuated her exquisite curves perfectly. She had a perky chest, plump thighs, and a slender waist. Even though she was a woman, she was filled with a firm strength. She was a heaven realm martial artist. Although it wasn't known whether she was a war god or a martial god, she was clearly very powerful. This could be seen from her aura. Chi, 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 chi. A force surged around her body. The sea of flames in the Sparrow King prison shot out meteorite-like flames, but couldn't get close to the woman. Her strength was comparable to King Yan's. It was completely beyond the star sector level. She was the person who had always been ranked first in the Vermilion Bird Challenge competition. She was the peak star sector level that King Yin had high hopes for. A true prodigy that only appeared once in 10,000 years. Thousand Love Emperor. This is the Sparrow King prison. Thousand Love Emperor's eyes flashed. As expected of one of the top ancient, forbidden grounds in the land of miracles. Even from so far away, I can still feel its powerful aura. I'm afraid it's even more dangerous inside. Thousand Love Emperor murmured, but there was no fear on her face. Her pair of exquisite eyes flashed with the light of wisdom. With a move of her body, her chi exploded and dispersed. Thousand Love Emperor turned into a phantom and dashed into the sea of flames. At a glance, it looked like a meteor falling from the sky. However, if one looked closely, the flames only wrapped around Thousand Love Emperor's body and were separated by a layer of force. No matter how powerful the flames were, they couldn't hurt her at all. She was extremely fast, and in an instant, she was in the middle of the sea of flames. Thousand Love Emperor floated in the air, and her beautiful eyes flashed. 6 tunnels? In this Vermilion Bird Challenge competition, there are 6 martial artists who have a chance to break through to the Saint Realm. The corner of her mouth curved up, and it was extremely beautiful. Thousand Love Emperor's eyes flashed, and she entered one of the tunnels without hesitation. Earth Core Realm. In the blink of an eye, another half a month had passed. However, Lin Feng was still going around in circles, and he didn't find anything. It's really boundless. How big is this ancient forbidden grounds? Lin Feng was shocked. Although the winged insects had suffered heavy losses in the battle with Xiu Pai, there were at least 10,000 of them left. After half a month of searching, they still couldn't find anything in the ancient forbidden grounds. It was as if there was no end to this place, and the 10,000 winged insects still couldn't find anything. Even if they're not as fast as the winged insects, their searching efficiency is at least 10 times higher than mine. It's not easy to find an exit. Lin Feng frowned. This place was indeed a treasure ground, and he had gained a lot in the past half a month. Not only did he get all kinds of rare ores, metals, and heavenly treasures, he even got innate treasure, and it was an earth-grade treasure which was very rare. The poisonous rainbow python and Lian Qi were like fish in water here, especially Lian Qi, whose strength had increased by leaps and bounds. However, he didn't want to stay here any longer. Although the star fruit was precious, he had collected enough. Like those rare metals and ores, it was useless to have more, and it was of little help to him. Perhaps, to other warriors, this was like a treasure trove, and the more the better, but he didn't care about money. These were things that could be bought with money. Maybe they were precious, but his current identity was the vice president of the Union of Artificers, with power and influence. No matter how precious these things were, they weren't the real top existences in the doling world. So how could they not be bought? Now, he could casually refine an Earth-grade star treasure, and it was already very expensive. Right now, he only wanted to find the exit and leave this place, to enter the place that truly belonged to him. Where's the exit? Lin Feng frowned, and he couldn't make up his mind. He thought about it, but couldn't find an answer. He had been searching for a long time. Suddenly, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Maybe this works. Chapter 1067. He really couldn't find the exit. However, he might know. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. His eyes lit up as he slowly closed them. Whoosh! He immersed his mind into the faded star plate, and once again felt Qiuji's aura. The rich earth energy wrapped around him as if it was assimilating him. As he felt Qiuji's aura, Qiuji's appearance gradually appeared in his mind. Instantly, Lin Feng opened his eyes, and his expression changed slightly. He opened his hands, and what appeared was no longer flames, but rich earth elemental energy. As if it had a suction force, the earth origin energy in the surroundings immediately whistled over. He could feel it clearly and freely, as if he had come to a place that belonged to him. Here, he could feel the existence of the Tao everywhere, and it covered the entire area. It was very fresh, very familiar, and moved his heart. That's right. Perhaps he couldn't find the exit or the right path. However, as half the owner of this place, Qiuji should know how to leave this ancient forbidden area. Now that he had devoured Qiuji, even if he didn't have all of its power, he had at least 40% to 50%. The chances of finding the secret had greatly increased. Moreover, he could clearly sense the earth energy. No matter how he looked at it, his chances had greatly increased. Let's begin. Lin Feng exhaled softly. He closed his eyes, and his aura slowly spread. Demon Emperor Island. A new round of competition had come to an end. The two finalists of the winners group were finally announced. The Bull Demon King had defeated Kuei Tiangao, the only remaining member of the four sovereign families of the Demon Clan. The Great Sage, on the other hand, had defeated the five-clawed Golden Dragon Clan after a bitter battle that lasted for 1 day and 1 night. He had also entered the finals of the winners group. The four sovereign families of the demon race and the 5 royal races were livid. The 9 races had monopolized all the power of the demon race, and they had never expected such an outcome. The 2 finalists of the winners group were actually the representatives of the 12 demon stars, the bull race and the macaque race. At this moment, the 12 demon stars were overjoyed. Even if they weren't from the bull and macaque races, they felt deeply satisfied and heaved a sigh of relief. However, Bull Demon and the Great Sage were filled with fighting spirit. It wasn't hostility, but a kind of pleasure from meeting a worthy opponent. He couldn't wait to fight. The 2 demons stared at each other. Neither of them was willing to back down. The axe and the stick were shining brightly, as if they could feel the fierce, fighting intent of their masters. In the end, who was stronger? Tao Yuan, eldest senior brother, have you found the Peach Blossom, sacred master? King Yan's eyes shone brightly. Perhaps the wasteland world is too big and I can't find the Peach Blossom fairyland. Shun shook his head, disappointment flashing in his eyes. How could this be? King Gui frowned deeply. Eldest senior brother, didn't you say before that master had mentioned the location of the Peach Blossom fairyland? Shun Ranran said, sometimes, even if you find a right location, you may not be able to find it. Why? King Gui asked. I think the Peach Blossom Saint Master probably doesn't want to get involved in this matter. King Yan's eyes burned as he looked at Shun. The latter nodded slowly. Since he has chosen to be independent of the human world, it is normal for the Peach Blossom Saint Master to make such a decision. Everyone has their own aspirations, and to the Peach Blossom Saint Master, the human world is just a fleeting cloud. King Gui came to a realization. and King Yin also nodded. Indeed, all the Starfield martial artists were focused on breaking through to the Saint level. Saints wanted to become Saint Kings. What about the Saint Kings? How could they not want to become a Starry Sky ranker? Compared to the endless lifespan of a Starry Sky ranker, roaming the Starry Sky and entering a new world, the matters of the Doling world and the matters of humans were indeed insignificant at times. Not every human was benevolent and righteous, and was willing to meddle in other people's business, especially when it was beyond their abilities. Then what are your plans, eldest senior brother? King Yan's eyes burned. I will not give up. Shun's voice was still calm, but revealed an unwavering determination. We are the same. King Yan and King Gue patted their chests. Looking at Shun's expression, King Yan's heart moved. Does eldest senior brother already have a goal? Yes. Shun did not hide it. I want to find the heavenly secret Saint Lord. Perhaps it will be more difficult than finding the Cloud Spear Saint Lord, but after experiencing the Peach Blossom Saint Lord, I understand a lot. Even if I find a Cloud Spear Saint Lord, I am afraid I will also be rejected. However, the heavenly secret Saint Lord is different. As long as we can find him. Shun's expression was serious. He will definitely help us. Master once mentioned that the Cloud Spear Saint Lord is a spear fanatic and does not care about anything else. King Gue expressed his agreement. The heavenly secret Saint Lord experienced the second war of the liches and demons. He will definitely have a benevolent heart towards humans. King Yin slowly nodded, but his brows were slightly furrowed. However, it seems that even Master does not know where the heavenly secret Saint Lord lives. There is nothing difficult in this world. I am afraid that there will be someone who knows where the heavenly secret Saint Lord is. Shun said with certainty. Good. King Yin and King Gui's eyes flashed. Let's help together. The more people, the more power. No need. Shun shook his head and said, as the rulers of a continent, it is most important for you to take care of the 9 continents. We cannot afford to make any mistakes. After pausing for a moment, Shun's expression softened. Don't worry, I will definitely find the heavenly secret Saint Lord and ask him to come out and support the situation. Definitely. Shun's expression was incomparably resolute. Earth Core Domain. In the blink of an eye, another 10 days had passed. Lin Feng felt extremely helpless. Even though he had transformed into Qiu Liang, he still could not find the exit. This ancient forbidden ground was not only boundless, it was also like a complete world. There was not even half a teleportation channel. It was extremely strange. Even though he had extremely strong senses towards the earth element, it was still useless. Speaking of which, his transformation into Qiu Liang was rather good in other aspects. Because of his strong senses, his gains in these 10 days were more than what he had earned before. It was a huge profit. However, what was the use? Could it be that I really have to use the spatial door to return? Lin Feng's brows flashed with hesitation. Unless he had no other choice, he did not want to do so. He had already tried to use the spatial door in this ancient forbidden ground. He could also sense the other side of the spatial door, unlike the second level of the Thousand Snake Cave. However, once he used the spatial door to leave, he would directly return to Shirluo County. After leaving the Land of Miracles, he would not be able to enter again. This was obviously not what he wanted. Looking around, Lin Feng was hesitant. There must be a way, but he could not see or find it. However, it did not mean that it did not exist. I heard Gu mention that as long as the opportunity arrives, one can enter the ancient forbidden ground. Then, how do they leave? Lin Feng pondered, and his eyes changed. Could it be that one can easily leave after reaching the saint level? That's true. Just like in the second level of the Thousand Snake Cave, Senior Glenoid Scale and Senior Bull Demon could freely enter and exit the space. Unfortunately, I have yet to reach the saint level. Right? Lin Feng was slightly startled. How did I enter this place? He suddenly remembered, but his eyes were sparkling. He only remembered that he had fainted when he entered and completely forgot everything else. I came here through the ancient ruins. Finally, there was a passage. Through it, I entered this place, slowly recalling. Lin Feng's eyes slowly lit up. Passage? Yes, there is a passage. Why didn't I think of this? Since there is a passage to enter, there is naturally a way to return. Lin Feng was overjoyed. He finally had a clue. However, when I woke up, I didn't seem to see anything like a passage or a teleportation door. Forget it. Let's go take a look first, Lin Feng muttered to himself. He did not hesitate to do it. Since there was no other way, he had to try everything. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lin Feng sped forward. Although he had been in this ancient forbidden land for quite some time and had fought with Qiu Liang, he did not forget the path he had taken. In terms of memory, he had an eidetic memory, regardless of what had happened or what had happened in the past. He had the 6th level of vast star eyes. Luckily, I didn't go in a straight line, Lin Feng thought to himself. When he came to this ancient forbidden land, he explored it in a circular manner out of habit. He was afraid that he would miss something. Otherwise, if he had gone in a straight line, he would have been able to return to the place where he first came. However, it would not have taken a day or two, but months. Now, he only needed less than 7 days to arrive. 6 days later. This is the place. Lin Feng's eyes were deep. Looking around, everything had not changed. It was exactly the same as what he remembered. This was the place where he had entered through the passage. The starting point. There is indeed no teleportation door or passage. Lin Feng's eyes flashed. He had already looked around and found nothing. It was like a seamless egg. To find a gap, it was not easy. However, there seems to be something else here. Lin Feng was slightly surprised. Something was strange. Self-state. Lin Feng shouted. Instantly, his eyes lit up. The Vastar eyes and Vastar eyes were perfectly compatible. Now it was at the 6th level. A top-notch pupil was equivalent to the 8th level of a first-grade pupil. It had already reached the saint level. The Vastar eyes had the Tao of time, and the Vastar eyes had the Tao of space. This is the place. Lin Feng's eyes lit up and his body suddenly moved. Standing on the spot, Lin Feng's eyes sparkled as he murmured, "The space energy here is much weaker than other places. If my guess is correct," bang, flames appeared. Lin Feng shouted, and the devouring fire appeared crazily. The terrifying power burned everything in an instant. It had the ability to devour everything. The shocking power of fire. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. A space crack slowly appeared. Lin Feng's lips curled up slightly. He felt the aura on the other side of the space crack and calmed down. It was not a space turbulence, but another stable space. That was the passage he had passed through before entering the ancient forbidden land. Now he finally found it. Huh. Lin Feng did not hesitate and immediately entered. Chapter 1068. He would return to where he came from. When he returned to the ancient ruin, the pressure would be much weaker. It's not that the pressure has weakened. It's that I've become stronger. Lin Feng smiled faintly, revealing his confidence. Now that both of his eyes had reached the 6th level, just this alone was enough to easily resist this strong pressure. Although both the Vastar pupil and the Starry Sky pupil had not reached the saint level, once he entered the self-state, it was equivalent to the 8th level of the first-grade pupil. If the 7th level of the first-grade pupil was the power that had just entered the saint level, then the 8th level was the true power of the saint level. However, it was only in the self-state. It belonged to the amplification category. Otherwise, just the breakthrough of his eyes alone would allow him to break through 70% of the saint level. Whoosh! Soon, Lin Feng passed through the passage. It was the opposite of when he came. Now, the pressure was less and his speed was more explosive. The long passage was no longer a problem for Lin Feng. In fact, the advancement of the Phoenix natal plate had greatly increased his strength. If he transformed into Qiu Qi, the pressure would be greatly reduced. This was the territory of the Earth lineage. However, Lin Feng was not willing to do so. The Earth lineage is only a side lineage, after all. Relying too much on it will only do me more harm than good. Lin Feng knew very well. Therefore, even if the Earth lineage had the chance to enter the Saint level, he would give it up. This was not the path he wanted to take. However, the 100 poison color python is an Earth lineage demonic beast. It would be best if he could break through there. Lin Feng smiled. He was looking forward to it. The 100 poison color python was now at the peak of the star sector level. Although his breakthrough would be restricted by the rainbow staff after he merged with it, as long as he could find the right path, his strength would be able to cross an entire level. Just like him now, the path to the Saint level was already smooth. As long as he could increase the grade of the rainbow staff, the 100 poison color python would be able to break through to the Saint level at any time. Of course, this was all in the future. Right now, the most important thing was to increase his strength. Lin Feng, Hong Ling, and the rest are all in the ancient Forbidden Grounds. Although this place is layered like an illusion, it's still on the same spatial plane. Lin Feng's eyes flickered as he understood. As long as they were on the same level, he could summon Refined Puppet and Hong Ling back at any time. However, he did not need to do so now. This included Wing, who was also in the ancient era's Forbidden Grounds, a place filled with natural treasures. He was quietly recuperating and believed that Wing's injuries would recover very soon. As for himself, he would have to take another risk. Search for the existence of this land of miracles, the land of fire. Phew! He let out a long breath. Looking at the familiar surroundings, Lin Feng's eyes lit up and a smile appeared on his face. He had come out. It was easy to get out of the ancient ruins, but hard to get in. It took a lot of effort to get through the 3 checkpoints, but it was easy to get back from the ancient Forbidden Grounds. The surrounding scenery was still the same. Rich earth elements were flourishing and flourishing, far surpassing the Douling world. However, it was still far inferior to the ancient Forbidden Grounds. The sensitivity of the earth has been strengthened by more than 10 times. I'm afraid it's not just earth. The other 5 origins have all been greatly strengthened. Lin Feng's eyes lit up as he nodded. He did not know about the 3 origins of metal, wood, and water. However, he could tell from the improvement of the origins of earth and origins of fire. The advancement of the Phoenix natal plate would be of great help to him. Shi Jixin and Jin Ji are not here. That's true. After all, I have been in the ancient Forbidden Grounds for so long. With a smile, Lin Feng suddenly thought of something. All right, I wonder how Big Brother is doing now. With a thought, Lin Feng opened the ancient cup on his left hand. According to Gu, this ancient cup had the function of positioning and communication. It was no different from the compass used in the Douling world. The only difference was that it could be used in the land of miracles. The contact method was even simpler. Every participating warrior had a specific number. For example, he belonged to Shirluo County. His number started with 3. The warriors who entered through the preliminaries would be ranked according to their performance in the preliminaries. He was ranked 3rd, number 003. He was below Orange Rumeng, who was ranked 1st, and Shi Jixin, who was ranked 2nd. Big Brother Lin Zhan's number was 3033. After opening the ancient cup, Lin Feng exclaimed softly, 270-9000. This is my score? When did it become so high? Lin Feng was surprised. He could not help but shake his head with a smile. Even he did not know. Previously, when he was wandering around looking for the Sparrow King prison, he kept getting 0 points. He did not pay attention to it. Thinking about it, it had been a long time since he last checked his score. However, this score was useless to him. Ha! Lin Feng closed the interface instantly. His eyes flashed. He gently pressed a few buttons and familiarized himself with the operation. After a while, I see. Lin Feng fiddled with the ancient cup and quickly grasped the trick of using it. It was not difficult. He only needed to press a few buttons. It was simple and nimble. It was no different from the compass used in the Douling world. Beep, beep, beep. A pleasant sound rang. Ha! You finally showed up, brother. Bold laughter came from the other end of the ancient cup. Lin Feng smiled. From this laughter, he knew that his nominal big brother was fine. When he entered, His adoptive father had told him to take care of his big brother. He had to do his job. Yes, I entered an ancient ruin to cultivate. I just came out, Lin Feng replied with a smile. Ancient ruin? Lin Zhan was slightly startled. Then, he said, isn't an ancient ruin just those natural treasures? Brother, you actually care about them? Lin Feng smiled. He knew what Lin Zhan meant. With his current status and wealth, he really did not care about these natural treasures. Training. What about you, brother? Lin Feng said casually. Hee hee, your big brother's luck is really good. Lin Zhan said happily. It was obvious that he was in a good mood, and he continued to talk. Although I failed to enter the trial hall a few times, I gained a lot from entering the ancient ruins this time. Not only did I get an orange-colored innate treasure, but I also what? Lin Feng could not help but ask curiously. On the other end of the ancient cup, Big Brother wanted to say something, but stopped. He looked happy, as if he did not know how to start. Hey, nothing. Come and find me. You will know when the time comes. Lin Zhan was still as carefree. All right. Lin Feng smiled. He was not in a hurry to go to the fire region anyway. It was not a bad idea to meet up with Big Brother first. Before entering the most difficult ancient ruin in the fire region, he could confirm Big Brother's safety. At least he could be at ease. When the time came, he could focus. Soon, the call ended. A message from Big Brother popped up on the ancient cup screen. Lin Feng pressed confirm. Instantly, whoosh. The original interface changed and was replaced by a huge map. 2 light dots were flashing. One of the light dots was 3003, which was him. The other light, which was far away, was 3033, which was Big Brother. It seems that the distance is quite far. Lin Feng's eyes flashed. He did not pay too much attention to it. After the Phoenix natal plate leveled up, not only did his eyes and senses improve, even his physique improved greatly. Now his cells had perfectly fused with the Phoenix blood. Although the distance was far, with his full speed, as long as he went in the right direction, he believed that he would be able to see Big Brother soon. With a smile, Lin Feng did not hesitate. He instantly shot out like an arrow of light. He disappeared without a trace. The target has appeared. After waiting for so long, he has finally appeared. A deep voice sounded. Parrot, are you confident? Lin Feng's strength might be even stronger than what the intelligence said. The voice was soft and pleasant. It was a female voice, but it was firm and determined. There was no hesitation in it. To ensure that nothing goes wrong, I need support, boss. Okay. Sound, a loud and clear voice sounded. I'm here. A figure flashed, and a woman in white tight clothes appeared with a faint smile. Uh-huh. I was looking for you. Sound, how did you disappear just now? With a bold smile, a man in blue and white armor flew over from afar. His tall and slender figure gave off a candid aura. His eyes were bright and shining. It was Lin Zhan. The white-clothed woman, Sound, smiled. Just now, senior brother was looking for me. Oh, what a coincidence. Just now, brother came looking for me too. Huh, Lin Zhan said casually. Is that the Master Lin Feng you keep mentioning? The eyes of the white-clothed woman, Sound, lit up. She was surprised. Of course. My brother is very powerful. Lin Zhan raised his head proudly. He looked at the white-clothed woman and said, when the time comes, I will introduce him to you. In the future, we will be on the same side. Hey, who's on the same side as you? The white-clothed woman, Sound, blushed and bowed slightly. It was very moving. Hee hee. Lin Zhan smiled foolishly and rubbed the back of his head. The word happiness was written all over his face. 10 days later. Oh, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He looked at the ancient cup in his left hand, and his chest heaved up and down. This is... Lin Feng looked around as a faint smile appeared on his face. He could sense it clearly. Rather dense fire elemental energy was burning here. He had finally arrived at the fire region. I thought I would have to search for a long time. I didn't expect that after going around in circles, I would come in so coincidentally. No, it's not that coincidental. Lin Feng's eyes flickered. He looked at the small light spot on the ancient cup that represented Lin Zhan. It was not far ahead. Rather than saying that he had come in by chance, It was better to say that his big brother, Lin Zhan, had found this place and he had benefited from it. The land of miracles was so big. There was no sense of direction at all. It wasn't easy to find the fire region. Now, it saved him a lot of effort. I almost forgot. Big Brother is also a phoenix constellation. He is also very sensitive to fire. It's normal for him to find this place. Lin Feng smiled faintly. Earth attribute martial artists would look for the earth region. Fire attribute martial artists would naturally look for the fire region. From another perspective, it was actually very normal. Big Brother must be waiting anxiously. Let's find him first. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He suppressed the joy in his heart. He instantly flew away. Chapter 1069. The fire region was indeed very big. However, Lin Zhan seemed to have just found it and entered it not long ago. After a short 6 hours of traveling, Lin Feng soon saw a familiar figure. A warm smile appeared on his face. Although he wasn't related to Lin Zhan by blood, Lin Zhan treated him like a real younger brother. He took care of him and didn't have any ulterior motives. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. However, he saw a lady beside Lin Zhan that he had never seen before. When Lin Feng recalled what his big brother had said during the conversation with the ancient goblet, he instantly came to a realization and smiled happily. Big brother. Lin Feng smiled and slowly slowed down. How have you been, little brother? Lin Zhan was already waiting for him. He laughed and opened his arms. They hugged and parted ways. It was filled with the deep affection between brothers. Lin Feng glanced at the white-clothed girl beside him and smiled meaningfully. Aren't you going to introduce her to me, big brother? Hee. Lin Zhan smiled foolishly and rubbed his head. Lin Feng knew that his big brother didn't have any ulterior motives. What he was thinking was written all over his face. The word happiness was written all over his face. It was as he expected. The white-clothed girl beside him must be his big brother's sweetheart. Lin Zhan's eyes were filled with gentleness. He said softly, "He is the Lin Feng that I often mention to you." "Hello. I've heard a lot about you, Master Lin Feng." The white-clothed girl, Yin, smiled and extended her hand. "Well, Yin, you could just call me Yin." "Hello, future sister-in-law." Lin Feng also extended his hand with a smile. His words immediately made Wu Yin blush. Lin Zhan grinned and scolded. "Lin Feng, how dare you make fun of your big brother?" The atmosphere instantly became much more harmonious. Lin Feng smiled. He was happy for his big brother, Lin Zhan. His first impression of Wu Yin was that she was natural and graceful, and her temperament was clear and elegant. "Right, big brother, how did you two meet?" Lin Feng asked curiously. It was just a coincidence. Lin Zhan put his arm around Lin Feng's shoulder and said with a smile, "Let's go, I'll tell you slowly." The two of them chatted and laughed wittily as they walked forward. Wu Yin maintained a faint smile on her face, but as she watched the two leave, a light flashed through her beautiful eyes. Wu Yin gently pressed the button on the ancient cup and followed him with a faint smile. It was a set of messages that had been edited long ago, and there were only 4 words. "Mission start." "I see," Lin Feng said with a smile. "That's right. Sound and I got to know each other after a fight," Lin Zhan said. "What about you, bro? Have you gained anything in the past few months?" "I didn't gain anything big, but I did gain some small things." Lin Feng's eyes flickered, and he felt that it was a pity. Although he had entered the ancient era's forbidden land as he wished, the ancient era's forbidden land of the earth element was useless to him. Fortunately, he had killed Qiu Ji and lit up the Earth Fate star plate, so this trip was not in vain. "Don't worry, take it slow. 3 years is a long time," Lin Zhan comforted. "Okay," Lin Feng smiled. "Big brother, what about you? Apart from your future sister-in-law, it seems that you have gained quite a lot." "Of course, I have gained a lot this time." Lin Zhan's eyes lit up, and he clenched his fists in excitement. "Although I failed several times in the trial hall, I have accumulated quite a lot of points, together with the points in the ancient era's ruins." Lin Zhan proudly pressed the ancient cup on his left hand, and a number appeared. 880,000. Lin Feng was slightly taken aback. 880,000? Lin Feng was a little dazed. He had never cared much about his points because he didn't have a comparison. Hence, he didn't know whether his score was high or low. Is 880,000 very high, big brother? Lin Feng asked curiously. Of course. Lin Zhan raised his head and said proudly, with a score close to 1 million, I can at least enter the top 1,000. I might even be able to enter the top 300. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Thinking about it, it made sense. To his big brother, this ranking was already not bad. After all, there were probably more than 1,000 peak cosmic realm states participating in this competition. For his big brother to be able to enter the top 1,000, it was enough to show his strength. Points are a small matter. Lin Zhan raised his brows and laughed. Do you know what I got in the ancient era's ruins? Without waiting for Lin Feng to speak, Lin Zhan already couldn't wait to raise his hand. In an instant, an orange light completely bloomed, bringing with it an oppressive aura. It was a strange treasure with a hexagonal shape. Within the orange light, there was a faint golden light like a raging dragon. What a powerful aura. It's tough and angular. Lin Feng's eyes flickered. He took it from Lin Zhan's hands and looked at it carefully. This should be the Earth rank orange innate astral treasure you mentioned. If I'm not wrong, it should be an offensive treasure. Yes, Lin Zhan smiled. It's exactly what we got together after meeting Harmony. Little brother, you don't know, but there were 7 other warriors competing with us. It was all thanks to Harmony's help that I was able to make the first move and get this precious Earth rank innate treasure dragon wheel. It's a pity that Harmony refused to accept this one. Lin Zhan frowned. She said it wasn't compatible with her and insisted on giving it to me. But I know that she actually also wants to find an Earth rank innate treasure. So, these days, Harmony and I have been exploring the ancient era's ruins to see if there are any more opportunities. Lin Feng nodded slowly. Innate treasures were far more powerful than acquired treasures. Moreover, it was an Earth rank one. As a warrior, who didn't want to have one? Although there were heaven rank innate treasures, they were only legends. No one had ever seen one. Countless saint-level experts only possessed Earth rank Xiantian treasures. For his future sister-in-law, Wuyin, to be able to bear the pain and give an orange Earth rank Xiantian treasure to his big brother, it was enough to show that she had a good heart. All right, little brother. Lin Zhan looked hesitant. He couldn't make up his mind. He suddenly lowered his voice and said, Can you help me? What? Lin Feng sneered. It's like this. Lin Zhan was slightly embarrassed and said in a low voice, You also know that although there is still a lot of time, finding an innate treasure depends on luck. Lin Zhan continued, if we can't find a second innate treasure in the end, can you lend Big Brother some money when we go out? Lend money? Lin Feng was stunned and suddenly understood. It turned out that after going around in circles, Big Brother wanted to buy an innate treasure for Harmony. I know this request is a little too much, but little brother, Big Brother will definitely return the money to you. Lin Zhan said seriously, Buying innate treasures cost a lot of money, especially Earth-rank treasures. They were priceless. Lin Feng laughed involuntarily. He had never seen Lin Zhan like this. Big Brother, who had always been carefree, actually had such a gentle side to him. Love could indeed change a person greatly. Based on Big Brother's personality, if it was in the past, he would never have made such a request. Smiling, Lin Feng looked at Lin Zhan's expectant eyes and shook his head. No, it's not possible. Lin Zhan looked disappointed and muttered, That's right. If you want to buy an Earth rank orange innate treasure, you'll need at least a few 100,000 star crystals. Innate treasures were extremely expensive because they were rare. The price would increase tenfold for every higher rank. Most importantly, you might not be able to buy one even if you had the money. After all, this was a treasure that even saints needed. Big Brother, you misunderstood. Lin Feng smiled. It's not that it's not possible. It's not necessary. Not necessary? Lin Zhan was a little confused. Just as he was confused, he suddenly saw an orange light flash in Lin Feng's hand. It was filled with rich earth energy. Instantly, Lin Zhan's eyes widened and his mouth fell open. He couldn't close at all. It was a very rich energy. Moreover, it was yellow. It was a small and exquisite women's light armor. The design was exquisite and graceful. It was too beautiful to behold. Yellow Great Star armor? Lin Zhan was stunned and looked at Lin Feng. Yes, it's an Earth rank yellow grade, innate treasure, fluorescent yellow armor. Lin Feng smiled indifferently. This fluorescent yellow armor was the first innate treasure he had obtained in the ancient Forbidden Land. Looking at Lin Zhan's stunned expression, Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh. Big brother, why don't you take it to please your future sister-in-law? This. Lin Zhan was a little speechless. He muttered, this is too expensive. An Earth rank innate treasure was priced between 100,000 to 1 million star crystals. As for yellow grade, it was 10 times more expensive. Take it, big brother. I don't lack money. Lin Feng forced the fluorescent yellow armor into Lin Zhan's hands and smiled. I originally wanted to give this fluorescent yellow armor to you, Ma, but since you need it, big brother, take it. Consider it my meeting gift to my future sister-in-law. Lin Zhan grinned bitterly. How can a younger brother give a meeting gift? Suddenly, Lin Zhan shook his head and refused. No, this is your gift to Yuma. I can't take it away from you. Wuyin should be walking the path of the martial god. This fluorescent yellow armor is more useful to her. Yuma still prefers refining. Lin Feng smiled. Seeing that Lin Zhan was still determined, he helplessly took out another astral treasure. In an instant, a green light shone brightly. Lin Zhan's eyes widened. He was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Are you kidding me? Another one. Previously, it was an Earth rank yellow grade innate treasure. Now it's a green grade innate treasure? Here, I have more. Lin Feng shrugged. So take it, big brother. He was completely speechless. Lin Zhan's mouth twitched. He looked at Lin Feng in shock. Little brother, this can't be the small gain you were talking about, right? How can it be? Lin Feng smiled and shook his head. How can this be considered a gain? At most, it's a small gift. Small gift? Lin Zhan's mind was already a bit confused. Yes, there's one more. Lin Feng's expression was calm. He smiled faintly. Before he entered the ancient Forbidden Land, he only obtained the fluorescent yellow armor. Then, after he transformed into Chiu Pai, he found 2 more innate treasures. However, these were indeed not very useful to him. They were even less valuable than the soul-returning fruit. Fuck! Lin Zhan finally couldn't hold back and cursed. He stared at Lin Feng with wide eyes, completely dumbfounded. This was not a small gain. Then what was? Chapter 1070. What had Lin Feng done in the past few months? Lin Zhan stared at Lin Feng, dumbfounded, unable to say a word. Wait! Lin Zhan suddenly reacted. He grabbed Lin Feng's left wrist and pressed the ancient cups button. Instantly, a clear number appeared in front of his eyes. Looking at the shocking score, Lin Zhan opened his mouth wide. It was so exaggerated that even his chin almost fell off. He blinked hard to confirm that he wasn't seeing things. After a long time, he opened his mouth and exclaimed, 270-9000. It was 3 times his score, a score of close to 3 million. It was simply unbelievable. Oh my god, brother, you're too scary. This score is too high. Lin Zhan's mouth twitched. Thinking back to how proud he was of his 880,000 score, he blushed. A score of close to 3 million. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have dared to believe it. How'd he get it? That's all I know. Looking at Lin Zhan's eyes, Lin Feng smiled helplessly. To be honest, he really didn't know how the score grew. The last time he saw it, it was 0, but after a few months, it had grown so much. You know? Lin Zhan was extremely shocked. He smiled bitterly. You're joking, right, brother? No, it's true. Lin Feng nodded. Is the score very high, big brother? Very high. It's not just high. Lin Zhan looked at Lin Feng as if he was looking at a monster. He nodded heavily. Close to 3 million. I saw Hua Yidao a few days ago. His score was only 3,000,000, and he's one of the top 10 cosmic realm experts in Shirluo Prefecture. Huai Dao only had 3,000,000? Didn't that mean his score was twice as high? Lin Feng nodded thoughtfully. He finally understood a little. It seemed it was really quite tall. 270-9000, at least in the top 3. In my opinion, there's even a 50% chance. Lin Zhan's eyes lit up, and he said seriously, first place. According to common sense, this score was enough to take first place. However, Lin Zhan didn't know that in this year's cohort, other than Lin Feng, there was an even more terrifying genius. Thousand Love Emperor. Now his score had far exceeded 3,000,000. It was quite shocking. 375,000,000. The Vermilion Bird Mirror was in an uproar. Thousand Love Empress's points soared all the way, simply terrifying to the extreme. Lin Feng's score had just been pulled closer, but he was left far behind in an instant. At this moment, in the Vermilion Bird realm, Qian Lianhuang's name had already shot to fame, even surpassing Lin Feng's. After all, a few months had passed since the Weapon Refiner competition, and the Vermilion Bird Challenge was the main event now. Amazing! I heard that this Thousand Love Emperor is only 20 years old. No way, so young. Isn't that even younger than Master Lin Feng? Could he be the youngest in this year's Vermilion Bird Challenge? That's not it. Shi Jixin, who's in 8th place, isn't even 18 years old. F*** CK, is this for real? There was a lot of discussion, and it was lively. Although time passed day by day, and the top 10 positions kept changing, Thousand Love Emperor, who was in 1st place, and Lin Feng, who was in 2nd place, didn't move at all. Shi Jixin, who was previously in 10th place, slowly moved up. Now, she was in 8th place, very close to 7th place. Zhu Rumeng, who was originally in 4th place, pushed Sung Run down to 3rd place. The rest of the people took turns to be the banker. The only thing that didn't change was that there were still 5 martial artists in the top 10 who belonged to Shirluo County. Quite powerful. At this moment, wow. The ranking list refreshed again, and everyone gasped. Lin Feng, who was previously in 2nd place, was pushed down. Even Zhu Rumeng, who was in 3rd place, dropped to 4th place. Wow, Sang Ren is really a dark horse. He's a dark horse all the way. Awesome, his points increased by 500,000 points. He's also over 3,000,000 points. The second person with 3,000,000 points. There was a lot of noise, and everyone was shocked. Singren wasn't as mysterious as Thousand Love Emperor. His background had been dug out long ago. He was an even more unpopular dark horse than Lin Feng. Now, a new force had emerged. Sparrow King Prison. Bang, bang, bang. The flames were boiling, like thousands of fire snakes surging. Now, only 5 of the 6 passages were left. At this time, in this uninhabited area, another black figure appeared. The newcomer wasn't tall. He was wearing an ordinary black shirt and pants, and a black cloak. His expression was cold, and his eyes were like a vicious wolf's. His body exuded a murderous aura, and the smell of blood filled the air. It was as if he existed to kill. A natural assassin. Sung Run. If Lin Feng was here, he would definitely be shocked. However, Sang Ren's aura was completely different. It was more terrifying, colder, and more dangerous. He seemed to be a different person compared to the one in the preliminary round. The only thing that didn't change was the thick, murderous aura. Sung Ren's strength had increased tremendously. Presently, he'd even surpassed his father, and he was even stronger than his father, Sang Pan. Swoosh! Sung Ren entered the sea of fire like a bolt of black lightning. There was no hesitation, only a sharp aura and decisiveness. Regardless of whether he was an assassin or a martial artist, he was so powerful. The current Sung Ren was no longer the ignorant Sung Run of the past. Trial Hall? Lin Feng was surprised. Yes, only the Trial Hall can obtain the king. Lin Zhan said seriously. As long as you complete all the trials in any trial hall, you can obtain the key to enter the Sparrow King prison. Otherwise, it's useless even if you find the Sparrow King prison. You can enter any trial hall? Lin Feng asked curiously. Yes, Lin Zhan replied, but passing the trial hall is one thing, and obtaining the key is another. What do you mean? Lin Feng didn't understand. Although you can become the disciple of a saint after passing the trial hall, the key is extra. Lin Zhan's eyes lit up as he said seriously, many martial artists fight to the death for a key. They don't care about morality, so it's normal to snatch it by force. Oh, Lin Feng nodded. So the other thing Lin Zhan was referring to the fact that the key could be snatched. After all, it was the key to enter the ancient forbidden grounds. Moreover, according to what his big brother said, the Sparrow King prison was one of the top ancient forbidden grounds in the land of miracles. Humans die for wealth, and birds die for food. Entering the ancient forbidden grounds not only brought great fortune, but also an excellent chance to break through and become a saint. Which cosmic sector-level martial artist wouldn't be envious? It was normal to fight for this. Humans were still humans after all. So as long as you obtain the key, you can definitely enter the Sparrow King prison? Lin Feng's eyes lit up. That's what I heard. Lin Zhan nodded. But as for how to enter, including where the Sparrow King prison is, I'm not very sure. Where did you hear that? Lin Feng was curious. Wu Ying told me. Lin Zhan didn't hide it. She entered the land of miracles with her senior brother for the Sparrow King prison. Oh, Lin Feng nodded. What about her senior brother? They split up to search. Wu Ying said we can't put all our eggs in one basket. Lin Zhan smiled. Everyone has their own fortuitous encounters. The chances of searching separately are higher. That's true. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. If you obtain the key, you'll definitely give it to your future sister-in-law. With Lin Zhan's strength, breaking through to the peak cosmic sector level was already very far away, let alone breaking through to the saint level. Even if he was given a key, it would be useless. Of course, Lin Zhan said nonchalantly. Lin Feng smiled. Lin Zhan and Wu Ying had a tacit understanding. They each had their own needs and didn't conflict with each other. But what should he do next? There are two paths. One is to follow the original plan and find the strongest ancient ruin in the land of fire and barge in. The other is to follow what you said and enter the trial palace to obtain a key. Then I can enter the Sparrow King prison openly. Lin Feng fell into deep thought. Each had its pros and cons. The first path was more direct and simpler. It was also more suitable for him. Most importantly, he had confirmed that this path was feasible. As for the second path, it was more complicated, not to mention the difficulty of the trial palace. Just obtaining the key would probably cause a lot of disputes. After obtaining the key, he still had to find the location of the Sparrow King prison. It was another step. Moreover, he wasn't the only one entering the Sparrow King prison. According to Guei Gu, there was usually only one spot to become a saint. There were too many monks and too little gruel. On the contrary, the first path was undoubtedly much more stable. If he didn't enter the Sparrow King prison, but some other ancient forbidden land of the fire element, wouldn't his chances of breaking through to the saint level be higher? The difference wouldn't be too big even if they were all ancient forbidden lands. Just from the ancient forbidden land of the earth element that he entered before, he could tell. In that ancient forbidden land of the earth element, he was confident that he could break through to the saint level with the earth element. Then, he was also confident in the ancient forbidden land of the fire element. Moreover, he was more confident. Follow the original plan. Lin Feng made a decision. He didn't intend to change. It would be easier to choose the path that he was familiar with. Brother, do you have an idea? Lin Zhan smiled and said, although I can't pass the trial palace, it will be easy for you. When you get the key, Wu Ying and I will be your guards. We will guarantee that you will enter the Sparrow King prison without any obstructions. Lin Feng felt warmth in his heart. He smiled and was about to speak. Suddenly, not far away, there was a woman's scream. Lin Zhan's expression changed drastically. It's Wu Ying. Lin Zhan's eyes widened. He immediately ran back and disappeared. Lin Feng's eyes flashed. He couldn't sense any other aura around him. His figure flashed, and he followed Lin Zhan. The distance wasn't very far, so they arrived quickly. Lin Feng looked around, but didn't find anything suspicious. However, Wu Yin's face was ghastly pale, and her brother Lin Zhan was also very worried. What happened? Lin Feng's eyes brightened. Wu Yin held the ancient cup, and her delicate body trembled slightly. Lin Zhan looked over with a serious expression. Wu Yin's senior brother succeeded in getting the key, but he is surrounded by enemies and is in danger. Chapter 1071. She was flying. Wu Yin was in front, using the ancient cup to guide the way. Behind her, Lin Feng and Lin Zhan followed closely. In comparison, Lin Feng could easily keep up with Wu Yin, but Lin Zhan gritted his teeth and barely managed to keep up. The difference in strength was obvious, but she didn't run at full speed. Lin Feng stared at Wu Yin. He knew very well. He didn't even feel tired. Wu Yin's speed wasn't fast at all. Although she was at the peak of the star sector level, from her aura and body language, he could tell that she was only maintaining 50% to 60% of her speed. Is she conserving her strength for the battle later? Or, Lin Feng's eyes flashed as he looked at Lin Zhan. What a coincidence! Wu Yin's current speed was exactly the same as Lin Zhan's 100% speed. She's deliberately accommodating Big Brother? No, Wu Yin is a full level stronger than Big Brother. He could sense it clearly. Lin Feng's eyes flashed. He could see through Big Brother's strength at a glance, but Wu Yin, not so. Normally, it's reasonable for her to accommodate Big Brother's speed. But her senior brother is in danger now. As a junior sister, shouldn't she go all out? With her strength, there's no difference whether she has one more Big Brother or not, but she's accommodating Big Brother. Isn't this a little strange? Probably not. Lin Feng thought to himself and pursed his lips. Although he was suspicious, he would rather believe that the two had a good relationship and didn't want to think in a bad way. But when it happened, Wu Yin seemed a little too calm. If it was someone else, they would have rushed over immediately after receiving the news. Maybe I've encountered too many schemes, so I'm too suspicious. It should be a small matter. Lin Feng nodded and let out a sigh. He shouldn't doubt his future sister-in-law. Whoosh! Lin Feng's figure was like a bolt of lightning as he sped away. However, Lin Feng's eyes shone with a faint light. That was what he thought, but he still had his concerns. We're almost there. Wu Yin pursed her lips, revealing a clear fighting spirit. He was indeed very calm. Lin Feng's eyes flashed, and his heart trembled. There were some things that couldn't be deceived. The temperament that Wu Yin unconsciously exuded proved that she wasn't a weak and delicate woman, but rather someone who could stand on her own. If she truly treated Big Brother sincerely, it would be Big Brother's fortune to be able to marry such a wife. But if not, then I'm afraid she has other motives for approaching Big Brother. Wu Yin is extremely dangerous. Lin Feng pondered. He turned to look at his elder brother, his eyes twinkling. Wu Yin herself didn't know, but Big Brother had truly fallen in love with her this time. I hope I'm just overthinking things, Lin Feng thought. However, what a coincidence. I just met Big Brother and this happened. Wait a minute. Lin Feng was startled, his pupils dilating. He abruptly turned to look at Wu Yin in front of him. As he looked at her tight, white clothes, another figure appeared in his mind. It was the white-clothed assassin that he met when he first entered the Land of Miracles. It can't be. Lin Feng abruptly paused. His expression changed slightly, and he instantly remembered the note that Lady Nangong gave him. White-clothed association. Wasn't the assassin who tried to assassinate him also dressed in white? White-clothed association. White-clothed association. Could it be that the assassins of this assassin organization all wore white clothes when they carried out their missions? Hence the name? What's wrong, brother? Lin Zhan's eyes flashed. He was very sensitive. He also had the starry sky eyes, and his sensing ability was quite strong. I'm fine. Lin Feng smiled, instantly suppressing his emotions. He also wanted to guess wrongly, but all the signs told him that this didn't seem to be a coincidence. It was a trap. A carefully planned trap, and their goal seemed to be him. He shook his head violently and then closed his eyes. Pa! Opening his eyes, Lin Feng's expression changed. Whether it was true or not, it was no longer important, and there was no need to think so much. Should he expose her now? What if it wasn't? Moreover, he didn't have any evidence. It was just a guess. He turned to look at Lin Zhan. Seeing his big brother's anxious and uneasy expression, Lin Feng felt even more pain in his heart. If Wu Yin was really an assassin of the White Clothed Association, then his big brother was obviously being used this time. The most painful thing in the world wasn't physical pain, but mental pain. Whether it's true or not, we'll know when we get there. Even if it's true, even if this is a trap, so what? What's there to be afraid of? Lin Feng's eyes lit up, and he wasn't afraid at all. Although he wasn't a saint, his current strength had already reached the saint level. Oh, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Sensing the aura, he could vaguely feel the difference in the surrounding environment. The origin energy in the air was quite active, and the airflow was very unstable. The further he went, the more he could sense it. Even though he was so far away, he could clearly feel what was happening in the distance. It couldn't be wrong. It's indeed a battle. There are 5 auras. All of them are peak star sector level elites. Every moment, he was getting closer and closer. In his mind, there seemed to be a map that clearly depicted the location of every martial artist. He could even sense their strength and the origin energy they used. This feeling was something he didn't have before, but it was because of the evolution of the Phoenix natal chart. His sensing ability was more than 10 times stronger. The sensing ability of a saint is only SOSO, right? Lin Feng's eyes shone. Previously, he could only sense the origin energy of fire, but now, he could sense all 5 elements. The blood of divine beasts and the natal chart were all lit up. It's right in front, Wu Yin shouted, and a worried expression flashed across her face. It didn't seem to be fake. Maybe I'm being paranoid, Lin Feng thought to himself. He quickly caught up with Wu Yin and saw that his elder brother, Lin Zhan, was panting heavily. However, he was rushing over at 100% speed. This was quite a burden for him. Before the battle even started, he had already lost half of the battle. Big brother! Lin Feng instantly shouted, and a white light flashed. Lin Zhan was slightly startled, and he reflexively took the white light. It was soft to the touch, and a fragrance assailed his nose. Opening it, Lin Zhan's eyes lit up. Earth rank grade 4 late stem fruit. Lin Zhan was moved, and he secretly felt that it was too extravagant. An Earth rank star fruit would cost at least tens of thousands of star crystals, but now, he couldn't care so much. Lin Zhan stuffed it into his mouth and swallowed it without even chewing. He didn't even have time to taste it. In an instant, the depleted star power was completely replenished, and it was overflowing. Amazing! Lin Zhan was extremely shocked. However, at this moment, Wu Yin and Lin Feng had already disappeared. Whoosh! Lin Zhan hurried over. They finally arrived. Wu Yin stepped in, and Lin Feng followed behind. This was a huge jade palace, and the color of jade could be seen everywhere. Now, it was in pieces, and there were traces of destruction everywhere. Inside the jade palace, 5 martial artists were divided into 3 groups. One group was made up of 2 men who looked almost exactly the same, holding long swords. The other group was made up of a man and a woman who were working together with their sabers, and their coordination was flawless. The only independent one was a handsome man in white. He was like Panin, and he held a long halberd. His movements were airtight, and his defense was excellent. The 2 groups restrained each other while waiting for an opportunity to take the life of the man in white. However, it wasn't easy. The 3 groups formed a delicate balance. Senior brother. Wu Yin's eyes were red. She drew her sword, and with lightning speed, she rushed to the battlefield in an instant. Her target was the man in white with the long halberd. By E again, Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat as his eyes gleamed. The ominous premonition was getting stronger and stronger. The battle in front of him wasn't fake. The man in white had suffered heavy injuries, and danger was everywhere. However, he felt that something was wrong. The whole thing was too coincidental. One coincidence, perhaps it was really a coincidence. Two coincidences, perhaps it was really two coincidences. But 3, 4, 5? When all the coincidences were added up, it was no longer a coincidence. How could there be so many coincidences in the world? What should he do now? Pursing his lips, Lin Feng's eyes flickered. At this moment, a whirlwind swept past behind him, and a familiar aura suddenly surged. Lin Zhan widened his bell-like eyes and entered the battlefield without slowing down, completely disregarding his own safety. Lin Feng's heart tightened, but he didn't have time to think. Lin Zhan had joined the battle, so how could he stay out of it? If something happened to him, how could he explain it to his foster father? Since I'm here, I'll just take it as it comes. Even if it's a trap against me, it might not be a bad thing. At least, I'm prepared for it now. Lin Feng was moved, and he made a decision as he galloped. Since he had no choice, then he might as well lure the snake out of its hole. This time, he would get rid of the poisonous snakes hidden in the depths, so that he wouldn't have to worry about it in the future. Junior's sister, the white-clothed man with the halberd, was overjoyed. With Wu Yin's addition, the attacks of the other two camps paused. And with Lin Zhan's addition, Lin Feng suddenly felt several gazes focused on him. In an instant, the 8 eyes of the two camps looked at each other and nodded. Without hesitation, the two camps tacitly formed a temporary alliance to face the outside world. The twin man's attacks were even fiercer, attacking the white-clothed man with the halberd. As for the dual-wielding couple, they shouted loudly and blocked Lin Zhan from the left and right. The two swords seemed to be made by heaven, and they danced in a seamless manner, one in front and one behind, one on the left and one on the right, as if their hearts were connected. There was a difference in Lin Zhan's abilities, and he had charged forward too ferociously. Thus, he was caught off guard. The moment the battle sword in his hand was unsheathed, it was hit by a strong attack. The man and woman with 2 swords used a simple 3-dimensional attack and forced Lin Zhan to retreat. He kept spitting blood, but bang! A blazing flame blocked in front of Lin Zhan. The dual-wielding couple's expression changed instantly. Their powerful sword aura was blocked, and with a step, it scattered to the left and right. At this moment, Lin Feng's figure flashed and floated in the air. 2 faint flames rose from his hands, completely blocking Lin Zhan behind him. Staring at the dual-wielding couple in front of him, Lin Feng said in a calm voice, "Your opponent is me." Chapter 1072. Regardless of whether this was a trap or not, he still had to do what he had to do. He couldn't ignore his big brother Lin Zhan's safety. It wasn't hard to see the situation in front of him clearly. Before Wu Yin's identity was confirmed, she was still his future sister-in-law. He couldn't sentence her to death just because she was wearing white. That was unfair and wrong. Most importantly, in the depths of his heart, he still believed that Wu Yin was sincere to his big brother. The eye contact couldn't lie. That kind of sincere expression also came from the heart. If Wu Yin was really just using his big brother to set up this trap, then her acting is too good. Her heart is too vicious. Lin Feng thought for a moment, his eyes flickering. The flames burned slowly. Lin Feng didn't use all of his strength. In the current situation, if he used all of his strength to fight, it might not be good for him to get rid of these 4 enemies like a gust of wind sweeping away fallen leaves. Since he was luring the snake out of its hole, he naturally had to put on a show. "Big brother, leave this to me. You go help Wu Yin." Lin Feng's eyes flickered slightly as he shouted. "Okay." Lin Zhan didn't hesitate. He knew Lin Feng's character and strength very well. If Lin Feng wasn't confident, he definitely wouldn't say such words. Gritting his teeth, Lin Zhan instantly rushed forward. The battle just now didn't hurt him. Instead, it cleared his mind and made him less impulsive. The dual-wielding man and woman didn't make eye contact, nor did they stop Lin Zhan from leaving. Although the 2 sides had formed a temporary alliance, they obviously had their own plans. The dual-wielding man and woman's gaze was completely focused on Lin Feng. Like an eagle, that gaze sent chills down one's spine. It was far sharper and scarier than when he fought against the halberd-wearing white-clothed man. It was as if he was looking at prey. Lin Feng's heart trembled. He could also feel the killing intent from the dual-wielding man and woman. It was extremely dense. Both the blade and the person were filled with a deep, evil aura. Oh! Lin Feng's eyes lit up. The dual-wielding man and woman were stronger than he estimated. Previously, they seemed to have concealed their strength. Furrowing his brows, Lin Feng's expression darkened. It was not because he was afraid of the enemy's strength, but because the bad premonition in his heart was getting stronger and stronger. Why didn't this dual-blade couple use their true strength just now? Why did they wait until now to use their full strength? Something fishy was about to be revealed. Glancing to the side, Lin Feng's heart stirred. At this moment, the addition of Wu Yin complemented the halberd-wearing white-robed man, and the two of them quickly gained the upper hand. The twins were obviously not as strong as the dual-wielding man and woman in front of him, and Lin Zhan had also gone over to support them. The scales of victory and defeat were slowly tilting. Right at this moment, clang, 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 clang. It was shockingly ear-piercing, accompanied by the vibrations of the rhythm, which made people feel as if their heads were being shaken. The dual sabers of the man and woman let out unpleasant sounds, like the mournful cries of ghosts. They took advantage of the moment when Lin Feng was distracted and looked elsewhere to launch an attack. Like flowing clouds and flowing water, like a bolt from the blue, as fast as a gale, as swift as lightning. Fight! Without the slightest bit of mercy. Changing from the previous soft moves, the dual-wielding man and woman's fierce eyes seemed to have changed. They suddenly shouted, and the dual sabers, one hard and one soft, one in front and one behind, formed a wave of anger that surged to the sky. The light brown starlight was majestic, and in the void, it was like a cheetah pouncing out. Fierce, fierce. The saber moves were filled with the power of Yang. And behind this cheetah, a venomous snake stuck out its scarlet tongue, its eyes awe-inspiring. Their coordination was quite good. Misty cloud steps. Lin Feng lightly shouted. They didn't fight face to face, but nimbly dodged backwards. To him, even though the strength of this dual sword-wielding couple was indeed very strong, and they were at least ranked in the top 100 in this Vermilion Bird Challenge competition, and their combined strength was not inferior to that of Jin Ji, whom he had met before, but that was all. Before entering the land of miracles, facing enemies of such strength, his chances of winning were perhaps only 50%. But now, he had absolute confidence in winning. His trip to the ancient Forbidden Land was not in vain. In these few months, he had made great progress. It could be said that this was the last breakthrough before advancing to the saint level. Count yourselves lucky. Now, I don't want to kill you, because I want to verify one thing. His eyes sparkling, Lin Feng retreated and counterattacked. The light of the flames was sometimes strong and sometimes weak. The 6th level of the Flames of Rebirth was only slightly inferior to the Flames of Devouring from before. Lin Feng's eyes shone brightly, but there was not much change. Obviously, he had not condensed into his self-state. His strength was completely hidden. In the Jade Stone Palace, from the chaotic battle of the 3 sides to now, there was a clear distinction. The battle was unusually intense. Lin Zhan's participation caused the already tilted balance to tilt towards Wu Yin and her senior brother's side. The twins were suppressed everywhere, and the more they fought, the more frightened they became. Soon, the white-robed man with the halberd turned the situation around. From defense to offense, the huge halberd displayed its true power at this moment. Long weapons were best at attacking. Boom, boom, thunder rumble. The white-robed man with the halberd moved like a cunning rabbit, like a ferocious tiger coming down the mountain. Right now, even if he was alone, the twins might not be his match. Wu Yin and Lin Zhan were at the back, assisting in the attack, giving the opponent a headache. In a short period of time, the white-robed man with the halberd injured one of the enemies. His eyes were shining. On the other side, Lin Feng had used the mist cloud steps to escape at the beginning, but now he had gradually gained control of the situation. Although the dual-wielding couple strength was not bad, facing Lin Feng's mist cloud steps, they were powerless. No matter how Lin Feng hit it now, his comprehension of the realm and mastery of domain had long surpassed the peak of the star sector level. Even if he only used half of his strength, it would not be difficult to defeat the dual-wielding couple. However, Lin Feng did not use any killing moves. He just slowly gained the upper hand. An illusion, but no one could see it. Even Lin Zhan did not know how terrifying Lin Feng's current strength was. Needless to say, the dual-wielding couple, Wu Yin, and the white-robed man with the halberd glanced at Lin Feng from the corner of their cold eyes. The white-robed man with the halberd hesitated slightly. The dual-wielding couple was exactly the same as the Ard Wolf, who assassinated Lin Feng previously, a 3-star assassin. However, when the two of them worked together, their strength was comparable to a 4-star assassin. Therefore, it was very suitable for them to be the first line of defense. But the intelligence is indeed wrong, and it's not just a little bit wrong. The white-robed man with the halberd cursed in his heart. The 3-star assassin failed the assassination. The 4-star assassin could not gain any advantage at all. He was already an elite assassin of the White Shirt Association. The intelligence showed that Lin Feng was only a 3-star assassin. This is ridiculous. The white-robed man with the halberd frowned. In his anger, the twin situation became even worse. They were defeated repeatedly. The white-robed man with the halberd unleashed his prowess. His halberd instantly attacked like a cannonball. One of the twins could not dodge in time. Blood splattered everywhere as he screamed in agony. His left arm was broken. The white-robed man with the halberd had a powerful aura. This was still far from his true strength. He was one of the 3 captains of the Pluto King, Halberd Ghost, a 5-star assassin. In the White Shirt Association, the star level was not only a representation of one's ability, but also one's strength. A 3-star assassin meant that he was at the peak of the star sector level. He was proficient in assassination techniques and was much more powerful than ordinary peak star sector level experts. A 4-star assassin was a true elite peak star sector level expert. For example, Wu Yin, nicknamed Parrot, was the vice-captain of Halberd Ghost team. She was the only 4-star assassin. As for Halberd Ghost, being a 5-star assassin meant that not only was his strength far superior to a 4-star assassin, but he also had the huge potential to break through and become a saint. He was the elite of the elite assassins of the White Shirt Association. With a cold snort, Halberd Ghost swung his halberd diagonally. The twin, with the broken left arm, spat out a mouthful of blood and instantly fell to the ground with heavy injuries. How could these ordinary peak cosmic realm states stop the Halberd Ghost when it unleashed its true power? There was no need to be merciful when dealing with the enemy in front of him. The man and woman with the dual swords belonged to the White Shirt Association, but the twins were not. Kill without mercy. 3 against 2 instantly became 3 against 1. Moreover, the twins were known for their teamwork. Now that there was only one left, their strength was greatly reduced. It was as if a fortress had completely collapsed. I'll leave this to you guys. Halberd Ghost's eyes flashed as he pretended to be worried. He took a step and instantly turned in a half circle. I'll go and help that little brother. Then, without waiting for Wu Yin and Lin Zhan to react, Halberd Ghost had already dashed out. The halberd in his hand emitted a clear battle intent, but contained a shocking, killing intent. He was going to do it personally. Black Fox and Green Fox, who were comparable to 4 stars, had teamed up but were still unable to take down Lin Feng. He even had the upper hand. Thus, even if Para joined in, the situation would not change much. If he wanted to reverse the situation, rather than wasting his team's strength, he might as well do it personally. Everything would be settled once and for all. Kid, to be able to die in my hands, your death is worth it. Halberd Ghost's eyes flashed. On the other side, Lin Zhan did not have any doubts. Furthermore, with his strength, he did not even have the right to doubt it. As she moved, Wu Yin's beautiful eyes flashed. She very cleverly used her body and energy to block Lin Zhan's vision. It seemed that she had other intentions. But Lin Zhan did not have any doubts, but Lin Feng did not. Finally, you're here. Lin Feng did not need to turn his head to feel an aura approaching. Very strong, really strong, although the person was trying his best to suppress his strength. Lin Feng's sensory abilities had already reached the sage level. Huff, huff, his chest heaved as Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He had not felt this way for a long time. When he entered the Vermilion Bird Realm, Jin Ji had made him feel threatened. However, after returning from the ancient forbidden grounds and increasing his strength, he did not care much about Jin Ji's strength. Although Jin Ji was strong, he was far from the current Lin Feng. However, this unknown enemy was different. He was definitely someone he had encountered since entering the Vermilion Bird Realm, the strongest opponent. Chapter 1073. All right, I am just afraid that you will not come. Although the opponent was unfathomable, Lin Feng was not afraid at all. Faintly, a trace of excitement could be felt from him. It was the thrill of meeting a worthy opponent. If he allowed such a dangerous enemy to hide in the dark, he would be a great threat to Su Mo. It was better to expose himself. At the very least, Su Mo did not have to worry about him plotting against him. He only had to fight openly. Fight! Let me help you, little brother. Halberd Ghost flew over, leaving afterimages behind him. Halberd Ghost's shocking speed exploded. The halberd in his hand flashed with strong starlight as he attacked the man and woman with a pair of swords. Those who did not know would have been fooled by him. However, Lin Feng's eyes flickered. This was not his true strength. If the man in white used his true strength, the man and woman with a pair of swords would die within 3 moves. However, the 2 swords and the halberd were exchanging blows as if they were playing trick. Obviously, the man in white was not sincere in helping him. He was looking for an opportunity. Many thanks. Lin Feng smiled faintly, retreating instead of advancing. Since they wanted to put on a show, Su Mo would let them. It was interesting to see dogs fighting each other. Halberd Ghost was stunned. He did not expect Lin Feng to be so shameless. He came to help, but Lin Feng did not help him. Instead, he ran away. Halberd Ghost, Black Fox, and Green Fox looked at each other and did not know what to do. What should they do next? Damn it! Halberd Ghost gritted his teeth. He had wanted to use the chaos to deal a fatal blow to Lin Feng. However, he had failed again. This young man was like an old fox. He was very scheming. Why would a normal person hide so far away? Obviously, most likely he found out. Halberd Ghost frowned as he thought to himself. In an instant, Halberd Ghost clashed with Black Fox and Green Fox's sabers. After exchanging blows, Halberd Ghost pretended to be unable to withstand the attacks and retreated. Bit by bit, he moved towards Lin Feng. With a faint smile, Lin Feng once again dodged far away. Since this matter did not concern him, Ji Gui was so infuriated that his eyes turned bloodshot. At this point, no matter how stupid he was, he knew what had happened. Lin Feng's actions were too obvious. His battle with Black Fox and Green Fox was like a monkey being played for a walk. Screech. A loud whistle sounded. Halberd Ghost's eyes glowed red as he gave the order. Oh! Lin Feng's eyes lit up as if he had understood something. It was obvious that the other party could no longer remain calm, just as he wished. And at this moment, pong! Wu Yin's strength exploded. Under the pincer attack of Lin Zhan and Wu Yin, the remaining twin brother, who was already struggling at death's door, was no match for them. Wu Yin's beautiful eyes shone with a brilliant light, and her aura increased dramatically. The sword in her hand was like a cloud as it pierced through the twins' chests. Her eyes were filled with unwillingness as she glared at the two of them. She opened her mouth to say something, but in that instant, chi, 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 Wu Yin's sword danced. Her eyes were filled with murderous intent as her aura exploded and tore the twins into pieces. In that instant, a green aura condensed in her right hand. Her eyes turned cold as it streaked across the sky like a shooting star, piercing into the other twin that had been defeated by Halberd Ghost and had lost his left arm. Cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. Wu Yin's actions were simple and without any hesitation. It was as if he had received professional training. This made Lin Zhan completely stunned. He was astonished. Just as he was about to ask Wu Yin, Lin Zhan turned his head. Suddenly, Qi. In front of him, a green sword aura pierced through his lower abdomen. Blood splattered everywhere. Lin Zhan's eyes widened as he was completely stunned. Looking at Wu Yin's face, he raised his right hand as if he wanted to say something. He was filled with disbelief. "I'm sorry." His voice was very soft. Wu Yin's beautiful eyes dimmed as her face turned pale. Biting her lips, Wu Yin's left hand exploded with energy, sending Lin Zhan flying far away. Pung! Landing heavily on the ground, Lin Zhan fainted. Boom! Lin Feng's head felt as if it had exploded. His eyes widened as blood flowed out. Everything had happened too suddenly, so much so that he did not even have time to react. It was only the moment Halberd Ghost whistled, but too many things had happened. The series of events almost made his heart stop beating. His chest was filled with heavy breathing. He did not expect this at all. No, Big Brother is not dead. Lin Feng moved slightly. He could sense Lin Zhan's aura clearly. Even though Lin Zhan was seriously injured and had fainted, but Wu Yin did not kill him. Fortunately. Pa! Lin Feng's eyes lit up as he floated in midair. At that moment, he was completely surrounded. With the man in white as the leader, the man and woman with dual sabers on his left and right, and Wu Yin behind. They had him surrounded like a turtle in a jar. Just as he had expected, the other party had come prepared and had set up an inescapable trap. This trap was aimed at him. However, he had implicated Big Brother. "Have you finally revealed your foxtail?" White Shirt Association. Lin Feng's eyes flashed. He quickly adjusted his emotions and stared at the man in white in front of him. Pa! Halberd Ghost's expression changed. Almost instantly, Halberd Ghost looked at Wu Yin ferociously like a wolf. "No, it's not me." Wu Yin's face was pale as she said in a panic. Ji Gui frowned slightly. His cold gaze slowly shifted away from the dance music. There was still a trace of distrust in his eyes. However, this was not the time to pursue the matter. Halberd Ghost looked at Lin Feng and said coldly, "How did you know about us?" Lin Feng smiled indifferently. "Is that important?" "Humph." Halberd Ghost snorted. "Stop trying to sow discord." Lin Feng smiled. "There is no need for that. Since I dare to come here, I naturally have full confidence." Seeing that Halberd Ghost was about to speak, Lin Feng said indifferently, "Are you trying to say that if I can come in, I won't be able to leave?" Lin Feng smiled, and his eyes shone brightly. Self-mode. Hua. The light was dazzling, and a shocking aura was released. Halberd Ghost's expression changed. Not only him, but Wu Yin, Black Fox, and Green Fox were also shocked. They were placed in extreme pressure. "You." Halberd Ghost was completely stunned. Catching a turtle in a jar. "Can't you see clearly? Who is the turtle?" Lin Feng shouted, and his eyes shone brightly like the starry sky. The engulfing fire in his hand burned, and a bright purple light appeared. Lin Feng did not hesitate and charged towards Halberd Ghost. There was no need to say anything more. This was enough to cause internal strife among the enemies. Most importantly, he had to take the initiative in this battle. "Illusion technique," shouted Lin Feng abruptly. Along with the jingling sound of the jade scroll, his eyes shone brightly. It was the first time the 6th layer of the eye had shown its power. It was equivalent to the 1st layer of the 8th layer of the eye. That was the real power of a saint. Even the surrounding pressure became extremely terrifying. The power of a domain was released. Black Fox and Green Fox were the first to bear the brunt and felt suffocated. The two of them were only 3-star assassins and could not withstand this terrifying power, even if they were not Lin Feng's target. However, the aura of a saint was real and undeniable. Wu Yin's expression was ugly. She was only slightly better than Black Fox and Green Fox. However, it was too late for her to react. Lin Feng charged toward Halberd Ghost at an extremely fast speed. A simple sneak attack was accompanied by a psychological attack and a prediction of the enemy. Lin Feng had seen such situations many times. He who struck first had the advantage. Boom! Lin Feng's head shook violently as he released his soul power. He gritted his teeth. The man in white in front of him was indeed powerful. He was even more powerful than he had imagined. The attack of an illusion technique could not affect his mind. No wonder he could become a top-notch assassin with such a strong mind. His eyes did not have any attacking power. They were only strengthened by Yu Miao. However, Yu Miao was only an innate treasure and not a sage. Otherwise, the attack of his eyes would have been enough to kill Halberd Ghost. However, this was only an illusion technique that was cast with a sage's power. To a martial artist with a strong mind, it was nothing. The foundation of an illusion technique was the word illusion. Roar! Halberd Ghost roared furiously and broke through the power of the illusion. Like a ferocious werewolf, Halberd Ghost's aura exploded and his eyes flashed with a ferocious bloodlust. Whoosh! Whoosh! A strong wind appeared. Halberd Ghost reacted quickly and waved his halberd in defense. He was not greedy. Halberd Ghost was very experienced in dealing with sudden changes. Powerful, Lin Feng thought to himself. Regardless of strength or battle experience, the man in white in front of him was indeed difficult to deal with. He had to get rid of this man. 100 consecutive fire beacon bullets. Lin Feng shouted. The flames in his hands were different. Almost at the same time, the rebirth flame and engulfing flame exploded perfectly. He was multitasking. The ferocious fireballs were like cannons shooting towards the man in white in a frenzy. Lin Feng's gaze deepened. Against such an opponent, he could not give him any breathing room. Moreover, he was not the only opponent this time. The man and woman with the dual blades were not scary. However, Wu Yin's strength was also unfathomable. He felt that she was only slightly weaker than the man in white. He could not give him a chance to team up. Otherwise, he would be in trouble. Boom! 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 The fireballs bombarded the man in white. Halberd Ghost was furious. However, it was as if he was wearing a tortoise shell and was being beaten up by Lin Feng. He could not retaliate at all. He was cursing his subordinates in his heart and did not react at all. He did not know that they were all intimidated by Lin Feng. Except for Wu Yin. Oh no! Wu Yin gritted her teeth and dashed out. She was very clear about her duty and what she should do now. However, intense flames sprayed out crazily. A huge dragon covered in red scales instantly appeared. Lin Feng had his back facing Wu Yin. He was not afraid at all. He instantly summoned Hong Ling to increase his battle strength. In the battle in the ancient Forbidden Land, the 100 poison-colored python had suffered a crushing defeat, and he had been severely injured. However, Hong Ling had only suffered minor injuries. After recuperating for a few days, he had already recovered to his peak. Hong Ling's strength was not weak. Moreover, this was the fire region. He had the geographical advantage. It was the same for Lin Feng. Perhaps if we fought in other places, you might have a chance of winning. Lin Feng's gaze deepened as he looked at the man in white. However, here, you will definitely lose. Chapter 1074. The situation had completely changed. Wu Yin was caught off guard by Hong Ling's sudden appearance. As for Black Fox and Green Fox, they were in such a small space in the Jade Stone Palace. After encountering the saint-level aura, they had lost 70% of their strength. Although the two of them were comparable to Wu Yin when they joined forces, they could not unleash their full strength. In a battle of this level, Black Fox and Green Fox were useless. In terms of strength, there was no difference. Similarly, in a one-on-one battle, they could not be compared at all. If their strengths were similar, a small factor could cause the entire battle to collapse. Geographical advantage. In the Earth Center Zone, Lin Feng had lost to Qiu Liang, who had been severely injured because of the rich Earth element. Not only did it increase Qiu Liang's strength, but it also weakened Lin Feng's strength. Now, the rich fire origin source not only increased Lin Feng's strength, but also weakened Halberd Ghost's strength. With one side increasing and one side decreasing, this caused the originally evenly matched battle to widen the disparity between the two sides. Moreover, before the battle, Lin Feng had gained the upper hand against Halberd Ghost. Just like a snowball, Halberd Ghost's advantage grew bigger and bigger. Boom! Boom! Lin Feng's eyes lit up as he unleashed his full strength. The evolution of the Phoenix natal chart had caused the Fire Life Astrolabe to be upgraded as well. Regardless of whether it was his ability to control fire or the explosive power of the flames, they were much stronger than before. This could be seen from the increase in the power of the rebirth flame. As for the devouring flame, it had become even more terrifying. Boom! 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 The devouring flame and the rebirth flame were completely unleashed. Halberd Ghost could not resist at all. He was covered in dust and had no chance to retaliate. Just the fireball alone was enough to stun him. Lin Feng was too strong. Every ancient martial art practitioner had their strengths and weaknesses. For example, Lin Feng was best at attacking and worst at defending. It was the same for Halberd Ghost. Long weapons were not suitable for defending. As an assassin, he had to constantly train his attacking and survival skills. Naturally, he would not be good at defending. Previously, the Halberd Ghost was only putting on an act when he was able to fend off the attacks of the four of them. Moreover, his strength was much stronger than the four of them. However, things were different now. Lin Feng's attacks came one after another, wave after wave. Halberd Ghost could not withstand it at all. The more he blocked, the more he lost. This is infuriating. Bastard. Ji Gui cursed angrily. He had already cursed his subordinates countless times in his heart. At this moment, Ran Wuyin was firmly entangled by Hong Ling. Although her strength was far superior to Hong Ling's, it was not that easy to defeat Hong Ling, who had the advantage of location. The Black Fox and Green Fox couldn't even get close to Lin Feng. Even though they were weakened, they still managed to help Wu Yin. However, the two of them were of little use. 1 against 4, yet he showed no fear. Lin Feng had the complete upper hand. Although the red silk was barely able to block the attack, Halberd Ghost's expression was even uglier. He didn't even have the slightest chance to retaliate. Lin Feng's attacks crazily engulfed him like a tidal wave. Not only was the terrifying power of the flames ferocious, it was also endless. Every time he blocked an attack, the second wave of attacks would arrive. Again and again, it was a vicious cycle. Halberd Ghost's control of the domain was not as good as Lin Feng's. Faced with the overwhelming fireballs, he had nowhere to hide. He could only let Lin Feng exhaust his strength. This is troublesome. Halberd Ghost gritted his teeth. At this moment, if he still didn't understand Lin Feng's strength, he wouldn't be a 5-star assassin. He had the ability to counter Lin Feng's attacks. If he didn't care about his injuries and unleashed his full power, he could turn the tables. However, what could he do next? Faced with Lin Feng, who was at his peak, how could he win when he was injured? Especially in this place where the fire element was so dense. However, what could he do if he didn't unleash his full power? Halberd Ghost's expression was ugly. He had hoped that Wu Yin would be able to help, but it seemed that the possibility was very low. What should he do? What should he do? Halberd Ghost's cold eyes flickered. He looked at the door of the palace and wanted to retreat. As an assassin, pride was not important. If he failed to kill Lin Feng, he could escape and find another chance. As long as he didn't die, he would have countless chances to assassinate Lin Feng. There was no need to act rashly. Halberd Ghost was unwilling, but the situation didn't allow him to think too much. However, suddenly, Halberd Ghost's eyes lit up. He looked at the door of the Jade Stone Palace and saw a figure lying on the ground unconscious. Lin Zhan? Lin Zhan didn't die because the parrot had shown mercy. Just nice. Halberd Ghost's eyes turned cold. He immediately came up with a plan. This was a mistake. Halberd Ghost bit his index finger. Crimson blood spurted out. A flame appeared in his hand, and his body shook violently. A shining talisman appeared. Halberd Ghost's hands changed. His blood stained the talisman. Suddenly, the image of a ferocious ghost appeared in the void. Halberd Ghost's index fingers were blood red, and his face was pale. His body seemed to form a connection with the ferocious ghost in the void, building a bridge. Shh! A bone-chilling roar accompanied by the ferocious ghost's roar. The thick smell of blood filled the entire Jade Stone Palace. Boom! A terrifying power exploded in an instant. It was as if it could destroy everything. This is... Lin Feng was shocked. His eyes lit up. He took a few steps back and used the rebirth flame to protect his body. It was a terrifying explosion of power. The thick blood fog engulfed his fireball completely. It was as if it could destroy everything. The ferocious ghost's roar was accompanied by Halberd Ghost's pale face and aura. Lin Feng suddenly understood. This terrifying move was a huge burden on the white-robed man's body. If he guessed correctly, the ferocious ghost in the void was driven by the white-robed man's blood. The white-robed man had to pay the price for his power. It seemed as if he had no other choice. However, Lin Feng frowned. Although he wasn't afraid of the ferocious ghost's blood fog attack, he felt as if he was trapped in an array. The blood fog's control was extremely strong. Moreover, he felt that the white-robed man seemed to have other intentions. While he was pondering, suddenly, Black Fox, Green Fox. Halberd Ghost roared. His pale face made him look like a real ferocious ghost. Kill Lin Zhan for me. Halberd Ghost's ferocious appearance and hoarse voice reverberated in the Jade Stone Palace. Huh. Lin Feng's expression changed. He glanced at the door of the Jade Stone Palace, where Lin Zhan was. At this moment, the wind whistled. The Black Fox and Green Fox received the order and rushed over at their fastest speed without hesitation. Hong Ling couldn't stop them. He was restrained by Wu Yin. However, Wu Yin's face was pale and her body was trembling violently. She was completely stunned. She didn't expect this to be the outcome. Oh no! Lin Feng's heart seemed to have stopped beating. His face was pale. How could he allow Lin Zhan to be killed? Instantly, he gave up on the white-robed man. He gritted his teeth and used the mist cloud steps. However, you want to leave? A sinister voice came from behind him. The long halberd whizzed over with a terrifying pressure. It was suffocating. Oh no! Lin Feng's expression changed. The blood mist had caused him to be trapped in a large array. His body was in contact with the blood mist, and it seemed to be corrosive. He felt a sharp pain. The blood mist had penetrated the rebirth flame. However, no matter how painful it was, it couldn't compare to the pain in his heart. He was completely restrained by the white-robed man behind him. If he disregarded everything to save Lin Zhan, he would be killed before he reached the door of the Jade Stone Palace. The power of the long halberd behind him was terrifying. Halberd Ghost smiled coldly. He was satisfied. He had finally gained the upper hand. His luck had changed. Boring family love. Halberd Ghost looked at him with disdain. The long halberd was like a rainbow piercing through the sky. He could feel that Lin Feng was absent-minded. Not only did he not have to run away in this battle, he could even turn the tables. Bang! There was a violent collision. Lin Feng's face was pale. He was completely disrupted. His chest felt as if it had been struck by lightning. It was the first time he had been injured. His internal organs were churning, and he looked terrible. Lin Feng's body slid backward. He gritted his teeth and ignored his injuries. He wanted to save Lin Zhan at the door. However, a monstrous evil aura engulfed him again. Silence. The bone-chilling roar sounded again. A thick blood mist filled the air. A terrifying aura quickly enveloped them. In the void, the evil ghost formed by the blood mist appeared again. You want to leave? Halberd Ghost looked miserable. He was ready to risk everything. Originally, he wanted to use Lin Zhan to cross the bridge and escape. However, he did not expect Lin Feng to care so much about family love. He did not even care about his own safety. As an assassin, he knew very well that this was the best opportunity. He could not miss it. Even if he was seriously injured, it did not matter. The most important thing was to complete the mission. Bang! There was an explosion in his mind. Lin Feng's face was pale. His body was completely restrained. At this moment, the dual-wielding man and woman were getting closer to Lin Zhan. Danger was approaching, but he was too far away to help. No! A hoarse female voice sounded. Unexpectedly, Wu Yin's body trembled. She did not care about the red silk and her identity. She rushed toward Lin Zhan at the door of the palace. Her beautiful eyes were bloodshot. Her face was pale. Even she did not know why she wanted to save Lin Zhan. "Parrot, you traitor!" Halberd Ghost's eyes were fierce. He squeezed out a cold voice from between his teeth. He had already suspected that according to the original plan, Parrot should have killed Lin Zhan. However, Lin Zhan did not die. "Stupid, you actually fell in love with him. You betrayed the White Shirt Association. You will die a horrible death." Halberd Ghost cursed. He did not care about Wu Yin. In his eyes, there was only Lin Feng. Kill him. Moreover, in his opinion, even if Parrot betrayed the White Shirt Association, its hesitation was fatal. She could not catch up with Black Fox and Green Fox. Lin Feng's face was pale. "No, don't." Lin Feng screamed hysterically. His chest heaved up and down rapidly. He felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He did not care about his own safety. He tried his best to break free. However, he was deeply trapped in the blood fog. It was as if he was suffocating. He could only watch as his brother, Lin Zhan, was about to die. No! Chapter 1075. Halberd Ghost smiled satisfactorily. In the next moment, not only was Lin Zhan about to die, but Lin Feng, who was on the verge of breaking down. Both of them had to die. It was a perfect reversal. "I'll deal with you later, Parrot." Halberd Ghost did not even look at him. His index fingers glowed red as he maintained the talisman's effect. With the cooperation of the hostile ghosts, he unleashed his full power. Although he was injured, he did not care. As long as he could kill Lin Feng. "Go to hell." With a furious roar, the blood mist condensed into a long halberd. It was as if the halberd could split the heavens and earth. The entire space shook violently. This was a move that Halberd Ghost had used up all his strength. Its power was unimaginable. He was confident that no matter how strong Lin Feng's flames were, he would definitely die. At this moment, Lin Feng's face was pale. He tried to break free from the shackles of the blood mist, but he was powerless. He could only watch as He Hu and Qing, who brandished their blades. They were about to kill Lin Zhan. The feeling of helplessness made him break down. But suddenly, swoosh, swoosh, two rays of golden light appeared. Two flying daggers appeared from the gate of the Jade Palace, one on the left and the other on the right. They attacked the blades of the couple. Bang, bang. The sound of metal clashing could be heard. He Hu and Qing, whose expressions changed. The terrifying power sent them flying. Even their blades were knocked out of their hands. They spat out blood. One hit, and they were severely injured. Lin Feng widened his eyes. The golden light was familiar. And the flying daggers. No, it was two daggers. That is. Lin Feng was shocked. A scene appeared in his mind. It was too familiar. It was him. Lin Feng was overjoyed. He calmed himself down and returned to normal. But at this moment, the destructive power above his head covered everything. The terrifying halberd was accompanied by a monstrous power. The blood mist filled the surroundings and covered the entire space. It was unavoidable. Oh no! Lin Feng clenched his fists. At this moment, he finally woke up. However, the situation he was facing now was extremely difficult and troublesome. He could totally imagine how terrifying this attack was. It was definitely not something that the flame of rebirth could withstand. Due to the collapse of his mind, he did not notice this terrifying attack at all. If it had been before, it would have been difficult for him to block it. Even if he had exhausted all his strength to take this blow, he would have been crippled even if he didn't die. But he still had the strength to fight. Earth Fate Star Plate. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. In the blink of an eye, the Phoenix Natal Disc and the Earth Natal Disc were all lit up. A huge sand dune appeared in Lin Feng's mind. That majestic appearance. With a thought, time seemed to stop. As his eyes flickered, a powerful Earth origin energy instantly gathered around his body. "Chiolabi!" Lin Feng shouted. His body was covered by an astonishing amount of Earth energy. It was like a spinning ball, crazily engulfing everything around it. The Earth element followed the rotation of the whirlpool and covered his entire body. Layers of defense were instantly formed. Although this was not an Earth region, the Chiolabi was the strongest move of the Earth element divine beast, Chiopai. It was its innate talent. At that time, Chiopai, who was severely injured, was able to use this move to withstand Lin Feng's terrifying attack. Now, although he was injured, his body was not damaged at all. It was perfectly executed. How is this possible? Halberd Ghost's face turned pale. He did not expect Lin Feng to have such an astonishing defense. Earth element? Wasn't he in the Phoenix constellation? Damn it. Go and die. Halberd Ghost's face was distorted as he used all his strength. When the halberd landed, it was as though it had landed on a hard meteorite. The blood mist could not do anything to the Earth defense. He was not at his peak strength. Although the halberd was powerful, it could overpower all of Lin Feng's defenses. But one layer after another, the terrifying defense was like an onion that could not be peeled clean. Until the end, boom! Sparks flew everywhere. The flames of rebirth spread out completely. Lin Feng's eyes lit up and instantly exploded. The last layer of defense created by the flames of rebirth destroyed Halberd Ghost's terrifying attack. Even so, Lin Feng's face was pale. Although he had blocked the attack, he could not block the crazy impact. He was severely injured, but at least he was still alive. Oh, at the door of the Jade Stone Palace, a gray figure appeared instantly. His eyes were as bright as stars. The person landed gently in front of Lin Zhan. With a flip of his hands, 2 daggers appeared in a flash of golden light. The bangs on his forehead fluttered, revealing a golden scorpion mark. It was Jinji. His flashing eyes were filled with shock. Wasn't that the unique talent of the Earth element divine beast Chiopai? How did Lin Feng know it? Jinji's chest heaved as he was shocked. Scorpio constellation was also of the Earth element. Hence, Jinji was very clear about Lin Feng's wall of mounts. It was unbelievable, but he was not the only one who was shocked. Halberd Ghost was completely dumbfounded. He never thought that Lin Feng would be able to block his killing blow. But he was an assassin after all, and had been on the battlefield for a long time. Clenching his teeth, Halberd Ghost roared, and the blood mist condensed again. The malicious spirit in the air looked even more ferocious, and seemed to have merged with Halberd Ghost. The thick blood mist seemed to have merged with the entire Jade Stone Palace. Lin Feng, we will meet again. See you next time. Jia Jia. In the blood mist, a hoarse and terrifying voice reverberated. Halberd Ghost used his last bit of strength and disappeared in the blood mist. He escaped in an instant. Phew, gasping for air. Lin Feng's face was pale. It was not that he did not want to chase, but he was powerless. Even if he saw the man in white escape, what could he do? Right now, his injuries were not light. But, as he said, we will meet again. He would settle this score in the future. Lin Feng raised his head and looked at the gray figure where Lin Zhan was. A faint smile appeared on his face. Luckily, Big Brother is fine. This is more important than anything else. He would think about the rest in the future. If Big Brother was implicated because of him, he would not be at ease for the rest of his life. This time, the White Shirt Society had almost succeeded right in front of his eyes. Lin Feng's eyes darkened as he felt extremely uncomfortable. He was so close. It was too dangerous. Thank you, Brother Jean. Lin Feng cupped his hands in gratitude. He and Jinji had only met by chance. He was indeed very grateful that Jinji had helped him so much. You are welcome. It was nothing. Jinji's eyes were twinkling as he looked at Lin Feng. I owed you a favor at the ancient relic. Take it as returning it. There is no need to mind. Jinji's eyes were twinkling as he said slowly, there is something I am curious about. Lin Feng, how did you use Qiu Ji's innate ability, Qiu Leibi? Lin Feng pondered for a moment and replied, I got it by chance not long ago. Jin Ji's eyes twinkled. In that ancient relic? Lin Feng nodded. Jin Ji's eyes twinkled, but he did not ask further. He knew that some things were a martial artist's own secrets and could not be dug to the bottom. Sigh. Jin Ji sighed softly, obviously disappointed. Every martial artist could only enter an ancient relic once. Losing this opportunity was a great loss for the martial artist who cultivated the earth element. However, there were many things that were predestined. There was a predestined fate. If one could not get it, it meant that there was no fate. Lin Feng, your injuries are not light. Do you need help? Jin Ji's eyes were bright as he looked around. Brother Jin has already helped me a lot. Lin Feng smiled and shook his head. I am fine. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng immediately took out a star fruit and put it in his mouth. After chewing it slightly, he swallowed it. Rich natural energy flowed through his body, and his complexion immediately recovered a lot. As expected of the vice president of the Union of Artificers. You are really rich. Jin Ji smiled faintly. A flash of envy flashed across his eyes. The starfruit Lin Feng had just swallowed was worth at least 100,000 star crystals. Even though he was from a wealthy family, he was not as generous as Lin Feng. Brother Jin, you are flattering me, Lin Feng said softly. These are just worldly possessions. If Brother Jin wants them, I have a lot more. No need. Jin Ji smiled and glanced at the Jade Palace. He nodded and said, since Brother Lin is fine, I will go first. If fate allows, we will meet again in the Sparrow King prison. All right. Lin Feng smiled and nodded. They looked at each other and smiled, appreciating each other. Ever since they entered the Vermilion Bird realm and met for the first time, they were already fated. After watching Jin Ji leave, Lin Feng finally retracted his gaze. At this moment, Wu Yin was kneeling beside Lin Zhan. She was biting her lips, and her eyes were a little dazed. Lin Feng's eyes flickered, but he also had a headache. This woman was undoubtedly from the White Shirt Association. Although she had attacked earlier, she did not kill Lin Zhan. Then, when a man in white gave the order to kill, she did not hesitate to betray the order to save his big brother. Although she was an assassin, her feelings for his big brother were very real. It was just like what he had seen all along. This is troublesome. Lin Feng sighed and turned his head. His gaze landed not far away. Hong Ling was fighting fiercely with the dual blade man and woman. The dual blade man and woman were not strong to begin with, and they had been severely injured by Jin Ji. Now, their strength had greatly decreased. Even if they worked together, they could only be evenly matched with Hong Ling. After all, they had the geographical advantage. Hong Ling was also not weak. Although he had been slightly injured in the fight with Wu Yin, he was a battle snake. His physique was far superior to that of a human. Slap! Lin Feng's eyes flashed, and his killing intent was fully revealed. He did not know what to do with Wu Yin. He could only leave it to his big brother. However, the so-called Black Fox and Green Fox in front of him were 100% cold-blooded assassins. His big brother had almost died in their hands. Whoosh! Lin Feng's figure flashed, and he instantly appeared on the battlefield. His eyes were completely red, and the engulfing fire burned fiercely. The Black Fox and Green Fox did not expect Lin Feng to suddenly appear, and their eyes widened in shock. However, there was no time for them to react. Lin Feng's eyes flashed with dense killing intent, and his aura instantly exploded. Die! A cold voice seemed to seep out from an ice cellar. There was no pity in his eyes. Lin Feng's hand burned, and 100% of his strength exploded. The extremely fierce flames seemed to burn the sky to ashes. Bang! Bang! Nothing was left of the Black Fox and Green Fox. Lin Feng was truly furious this time. Chapter 1076. Black Fox and Green Fox were dead. However, Wu Yin didn't even turn her head around. It was as if the two dead people were strangers. just like how the white-clothed man ran away and left the three of them behind. To an assassin, the most important thing would always be herself. Family? Friends? Brothers? That was nothing. However, even an assassin was human. Everyone had a weakness. Obviously, Wu Yin's weakness was love. Perhaps even she didn't expect to fall in love with Lin Zhan. She even disobeyed the edict again and again for him. She didn't hesitate to betray the White Robes Association. Do you regret it? Lin Feng stood behind Wu Yin and asked softly. There was no reply and no movement. Lin Feng closed his eyes and felt Wu Yin's tears. He sighed in his heart, but felt helpless. If Wu Yin was a heartless assassin, it would be easy to deal with her. However, right now, instead, he was in a dilemma. Give it to Big Brother. Lin Feng's eyes flickered. He bent down and handed a red fruit to Wu Yin. Rich life energy filled the air. Wu Yin's dim eyes lit up. Almost instantly, she snatched the fruit and stuffed it into Lin Zhan's mouth. Lin Feng looked at the two of them quietly. Seconds and minutes passed. His expression was calm. He wasn't worried about Big Brother's safety. Wu Yin didn't use too much strength. As an assassin, she knew very well what kind of attack could seriously injure Lin Zhan, but not kill him. Even Lin Feng couldn't compare to her in this aspect. She was indeed a specialist. Ugh! Wu Yin moaned softly. Lin Zhan's body moved slightly. Wu Yin revealed a smile that hadn't appeared in a long time. However, she immediately bit her lips, and her expression became gloomy. Lin Feng saw all the changes in his expression and understood what was going on. At this moment, Wu Yin's heart must be filled with mixed feelings. It wasn't a good feeling. Yin? Lin Zhan opened his eyes tiredly and called out softly. Then, he closed his eyes again and frowned. It was as if he was recalling everything that had happened. He opened his eyes and looked at Wu Yin in confusion. Then, he looked up at Lin Feng. Little brother, this is... Looking around, Lin Zhan's pair of starry sky pupils flashed with a clear luster. Lin Zhan's sensing ability was quite strong, and he seemed to have some clues, but, however, he wasn't too clear about what had happened. I'm fine now, big brother. Lin Feng smiled. They're here for me. I'm sorry for dragging you into this. Lin Zhan froze. He frowned and looked at Wu Yin, his eyes flashing. Wu Yin has a part in saving you. Lin Feng hesitated for a moment. Then he sighed softly and shook his head. You two can discuss among yourselves. As he spoke, Lin Feng's figure flashed, and he left the Jade Stone Palace. He wasn't worried that Wu Yin would hurt his brother. It was hard to tell who was right and who was wrong when it came to relationships. After all, he was an outsider. There were some things that were better left to the two of them. Phew! Standing outside the Jade Stone Palace, Lin Feng's eyes sparkled as he looked into the distance. Breathing into fresh air, the chaos in his heart gradually cleared up. White-clothed association, an assassin organization. Someone wants to take my life at all costs. Lin Feng's eyes flashed. He was very clear in his heart. There was only one person who had such a deep hatred for him. Lam Tok Ti, Trial Palace. Chi, Chi, Chi. Lam Tok Ti raised his blade and slashed down. His entire body was covered in blood. The effulgence weapon, indigo radiance, flashed with a cold light. Intense flames surrounded Lam Tok Ti and condensed his killing intent. This was a small town. At this moment, the smell of blood filled the sky. Corpses were everywhere. Lam Tok Ti's ugly and ferocious face was like that of a malicious spirit. His eyes were extremely mournful. The light of the starry sky, pupils condensed in intense pressure. The battle blade, indigo radiance, seemed to be connected to its owner's heart. The countless corpses on the ground were mostly unarmed old people and children. However, they couldn't escape death. I'd rather kill the wrong person than let him go. Lam Tok Ti's eyes were cold. Just like his blood, they were ice cold. Find him. Is there a need for that? Lam Tok Ti muttered to himself coldly. Instantly, he floated in midair. The starry sky pupils had already enveloped this small town. In an instant, monstrous flames raged and raged, like meteors of fire falling crazily. Even if there was no one left alive in this small town, Even if he had completely eliminated the source of the problem, Lam Tokti's character was still like this. If he wanted to do something, he had to do it decisively and ruthlessly. As a person, he had to be selfish. I'd rather betray the world than let the world betray me. Lam Tokti's eyes revealed a murderous glint. After experiencing the trial mission, he followed his heart. He didn't want to do such sanctimonious things. He, Lam Tokti, was an executioner, a homicidal maniac. So what? Every man for himself, and the devil takes the hindmost. Be himself. Boom, boom. The flames flared and enveloped the entire area. In the small town, everything turned into nothingness. Lam Tokti's eyes didn't have the slightest bit of pity or sympathy. There wasn't even the slightest change in his expression. His self-awareness was extremely firm. Although he was flawed, he had a perfect mind. This was the path he wanted to take. In an instant, everything in front of him disappeared. Lam Tokti returned to reality. His surroundings were pitch black, and there was a strong smell of blood. Good. Very good. Wild laughter suddenly sounded. It was unruly and wanton, and it reverberated in the entire area. Lam Tokti's eyes burned as he stared into the depths of the darkness. Although he couldn't see, he could feel the existence of that terrifying aura. Vicious, merciless, despicable, shameless, selfish. I like this character. Kid, what's your name? Staring into the depths of the darkness, Lam Tokti spoke in a deep voice. Lam Tokti, who are you? Jia, 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 Jia. A ghostly voice sounded. It sounded like a ghost from hell. Have you heard of the name, Human Demon? Human Demon? Lam Tokti's brows furrowed, and his eyes instantly lit up. You are the Human Demon Holy Master who betrayed humanity during the Second Great Lich Demon War? Lam Tokti was extremely shocked. He knew the rules of the trial hall. Once one passed the trial hall, they would be accepted as a disciple by the Holy Master. Originally, he didn't care much about it. However, he didn't expect that behind this strange trial hall was the legendary demon who was expelled by humanity. The legendary 13th Holy Master. Human Demon Holy Master. Yes, it's me. In the darkness, the ghostly voice sounded proud. His eyes flashed. Almost instantly, Lam Tokti knelt on the ground. Bang, bang, bang. After kowtowing 3 times, his ferocious face shone brightly. Lam Tokti greets Master. Kowtowing 3 times was the apprenticeship ceremony. Since the Human Demon Holy Master didn't stop him, Lam Tokti naturally understood what he meant. Good, my good disciple. Jia laughed strangely. He was obviously very satisfied with this new disciple. In an instant, come out. The Human Demon Holy Master shouted in a deep voice. A gate to hell seemed to open in the void. In almost the blink of an eye, Lam Tokti's figure disappeared. Outside the Jade Palace, Lin Feng looked into the distance and let his imagination run wild. At this moment, his ears twitched. He heard familiar footsteps. He slowly turned his head and looked at Lin Zhan. Lin Feng faintly smiled. Brother, Lin Zhan frowned. He wanted to say something, but stopped. Then, he let out a long sigh. No need to be embarrassed. I understand. Lin Feng nodded. A friend in need is a friend indeed. No matter what Wu Yin's background is, her heart for you is pure and transparent. It's rare for you to have a lover. Big brother, you have to cherish her. Although they hadn't known each other for long, he knew his big brother Lin Zhan's personality very well. He wasn't surprised that Lin Zhan would make such a decision. After all, the two truly loved each other. As for himself, so what if he had to sacrifice a little for his big brother's happiness? After all, he was safe and sound. There was no need to bicker with a woman. I'm sorry. A gentle voice rang out. Wu Yin walked out from the palace. She looked at him with her beautiful eyes and bowed deeply. Lin Feng's expression was calm. He didn't stop her. He could accept this bow. However, once was enough. All right, don't be so sentimental. Lin Feng smiled. Erase what happened before. Looking at Wu Yin, Lin Feng's expression softened. I only hope that you can promise me one thing. Wu Yin nodded gently. She stood beside Lin Zhan like an obedient little wife. Her beautiful eyes flickered. From now on, there's no more assassin called Parrot. I am Wu Yin, Lin Zhan's wife. Lin Feng nodded. Then I'll rely on you to take care of Big Brother in the future, sister-in-law. When he said this, Lin Zhan and Wu Yin both smiled. Lin Feng also smiled, but there was a hint of helplessness in his smile. To be honest, he wasn't very satisfied with his sister-in-law. However, how could everything in this world be perfect? As long as she truly loved his big brother, that was enough. Everything else, to a certain extent, wasn't that important. However, Lin Feng frowned slightly. He looked at Wu Yin and said seriously, "Sister-in-law, how many assassins from the White Clothes Association are there?" When he said this, Lin Zhan's eyes widened. His expression changed slightly as he looked at Wu Yin. "We are the second team under the Netherworld King. There are 5 of us in total." Wu Yin didn't shy away and said slowly, "The team leader is Halberd Ghost, a 5-star assassin. He's the one who escaped. You've seen him before." Lin Feng nodded slowly. His eyes flickered. "So he was called Halberd Ghost. I am a vice team leader, Parrot, a 4-star assassin." Wu Yin's beautiful eyes flickered. "There are 3 other team members, Aardwolf, Black Fox, and Green Fox. They were all 3-star assassins. You killed all of them." Lin Feng nodded in realization. So the first assassin who ambushed him was called Aardwolf. In other words, in the land of Miracle, the only remaining assassin from the White Clothes Association is Halberd Ghost? Lin Feng's eyes flickered. "Yes." Wu Yin nodded. She hesitated for a moment before saying, "However, if the White Clothes Association doesn't complete their mission, they will continue to send assassins until they complete their mission." As soon as she said this, Lin Zhan's expression instantly turned extremely ugly. His breathing quickened. It doesn't matter. Lin Feng was calm and at ease. There was no way to enter the land of Miracle. For the next 3 years, no martial artist would be able to enter. So, as long as I kill Halberd Ghost, your identity will be erased. You will truly be Wu Yin? Lin Feng's eyes flickered. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Zhan and Wu Yin were stunned. Instantly, the two of them were indescribably touched. Especially Wu Yin. She was so ashamed that she didn't know how to face Lin Feng. However, the White Clothes Association's assassinations won't stop. Lin Zhan frowned. He was very worried. "Brother, don't worry. I'm used to it." Lin Feng smiled faintly. This level of assassination was nothing to him. The White Clothes Association? In 3 years, he was confident that he could break through to the martial saint level. When the time came, who would assassinate who? Chapter 1077. In the Land of Miracles. Phew. Halberd Ghost's face was pale. He looked like an injured beast. He clenched his fists tightly. He was extremely indignant about the failure of the assassination. He was so close to killing Lin Feng. However, this was the difference between heaven and earth. Damn it, how can this brat be so strong? Damned intelligence. Damn it, the deviation is too outrageous. Halberd Ghost cursed. Indeed, the deviation was too great. Originally, Lin Feng was rated as a 3-star assassin. Even a 3-star assassin could complete the mission, let alone a 4-star assassin. Although he had received the latest information, he did not expect Lin Feng to reach 4-star in such a short time. However, now, Halberd Ghost was unwilling to admit it. However, Lin Feng had completely defeated him from start to finish. He is definitely a 5-star. Moreover, he is one of the best among 5 stars. Halberd Ghost frowned. He coughed twice and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He had overused his energy and was severely injured. However, this was nothing. He would be able to recover in time. The problem now was how to kill Lin Feng. Aardwolf, Black Fox, Green Fox, and Parrot. He was the only one left in the team. He could only rely on himself. So many people had failed to set up the trap. Now that he was the only one left, could he succeed? The hope was very slim. No, there is still hope. Halberd Ghost's eyes were cold. There was a flash in his hand, and a red key appeared. It was shining with flame-like patterns. He had gotten it by accident. The key to the Sparrow King prison. If I can enter the Sparrow King prison, perhaps there is a chance for me to break through and become a martial sage. Halberd Ghost held the key tightly. His eyes were shining brightly. As long as he could break through and become a martial sage, he would be able to kill Lin Feng easily. When he returned to the White Shirt Association, he would be greatly improved. By then, he would be on par with a Netherworld king. Success or failure depends on this. Halberd Ghost was very determined. He did not care about his injuries and flew away. Pa! Pa! Wu Yin fiddled with the ancient cup. After a long while, he shook his head. As expected, it still failed. Lin Feng felt that it was a pity, but he didn't care too much about it. For an assassin like Halberd Ghost, he had to be very careful. Sure enough, he had already deleted the information of the other 4 members of the team. Wu Yin was unable to detect his location at all, and even her communication functions had been sealed. Halberd Ghost was ruthless. He just wanted to give it a try and see if it was possible, but now he had failed. The Land of Miracles was so big that it was not easy to find a person, especially an assassin who was proficient in concealment and escape. However, if he did not kill the Halberd Ghost, not only would it be a ticking time bomb for him, it would also be a great threat to Lin Zhan and Wu Yin. Halberd Ghost knew about Wu Yin's betrayal of the White Shirt Association and her true identity. It was impossible for him to guard Big Brother all the time. At that time, he would probably attract the revenge of the White Shirt Association, one of the top underground assassin organizations. At that time, they would be in big trouble. Is there no other way? Lin Feng frowned as he thought to himself. No, maybe there's a way. Wu Yin's beautiful eyes flashed as she spoke softly. Oh! Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Halberd Ghost was lucky to get the key, Wu Yin said seriously. In terms of ability, Halberd Ghost is not as good as you, Lin Feng. However, a true assassin would never give up on an assassination. Therefore, it is very likely that he will use the key to enter the Sparrow King prison to cultivate. Even if he can't break through and become a sage, there's a high chance that his ability will increase greatly. So, Lin Feng was enlightened. Wu Yin nodded. As long as you can find a key, Lin Feng, you can enter the Sparrow King prison. Maybe you can meet Halberd Ghost. Everything was predestined. As the Vermilion Bird Challenge competition progressed, the Sparrow King prison's mysterious veil was gradually unveiled. After Qian Love Emperor was the first to enter, Tseng Run was the second to enter. As for Zhu Rumeng, the holy lady of the Qi Luo immortal sect who was ranked 4th, she was the third to enter. 7 days after Zhu Rumeng entered, a white-robed man holding a long halberd arrived. Halberd Ghost. So it's here. Without the key, it would be difficult to find. Halberd Ghost's eyes flashed brightly as he smirked. The key in his hand flashed with a faint flame. Halberd Ghost suddenly roared and instantly flew into the dense sea of fire. With his ability, even if he had not fully recovered, it was easy for him to barge into the sea of fire. Whoosh! Whoosh! In an instant, Halberd Ghost entered one of the passageways. Light flashed, and the passageway closed. There were a total of 6 passageways, and only 2 of them were still bright. However, at that moment, whoosh! A faint light flashed, accompanied by a dense energy. As Halberd Ghost entered, a new passageway opened mysteriously. It seemed to correspond to the first passageway, as it flashed with energy. No one saw the appearance of the 7th passageway. Just as King Yin had said, with the passage of time, there might be more than 6 passageways. In the sky above the Sparrow King prison, a giant star shone brightly. The 5 battle stars reflected each other. At that moment, beside the giant star, an even bigger star gradually lit up. Although it was not as bright as the giant star, it gradually lit up as well. It was like the sun rising slowly. It was very strange. Phew! Lin Feng fell helpless. He looked back at the round magical space and shook his head. The 3rd failure. It was not the 3rd failure in the same place, but 3 different trial halls with different degrees of failure. Just as Wuyin said, the trial hall does not necessarily focus on one's ability. Instead, it is a type of potential, a test, or personality. This is a kind of disciple acceptance ceremony. Lin Feng sighed softly. It seemed that he was not fated to enter the trial hall. He had gained nothing in the past 10 days. Should he continue? To him, what he wanted most now was to enter the land of fire, where the elemental energy was the densest. He wanted to enter the land of earth and enter the land of fire. Then, he would be able to enter the land of fire and become a saint smoothly. But if he did that, he would be risking the safety of his big brother and Wuyin. Even if he could become a saint, he would not be at ease. Right now, he had to get rid of that malignant tumor. Halberd Ghost. He has the key. There is an 80% chance that he will enter the Sparrow King prison. I must not give up, but how can I get the key from the trial hall? Lin Feng felt a headache coming on. The trial hall was not something that could be obtained just because he wanted to. Sometimes it depended on luck. Sometimes it depended on fate. Let's try again. Lin Feng thought helplessly. However, he did not have much confidence. Just as he was about to search for a new trial hall, Lin Feng suddenly felt a familiar aura approaching. That is Shi Jixin. Lin Feng looked into the distance and was pleasantly surprised. He did not expect to meet her here after parting at the ancient ruins. His luck was indeed good. Lindigo. Shi Jixin was also very happy. As she flew over, her delicate face became much more exquisite. As she grew older, Shi Jixin became more and more beautiful. She was now an elegant young lady, no longer the porcelain doll-like little girl of the past. Long time no see, Jixin, Lin Feng said with a smile. I'll become more powerful, Lindigo. Shi Jixin clenched her fist proudly. Is that so? Of course. The two of them were very happy to see each other and had endless things to talk about. However, they were not in a hurry and started chatting nonstop. Ah, Jixin, you also got the key? Lin Feng was slightly surprised. Of course. Shi Jixin puffed out her chest. The slight bump from before had now become much fuller. However, Lin Feng's attention was naturally not on that. His eyes flashed and landed on the key in Shi Jixin's hand. He took it and examined it carefully. It was a simple and unadorned key, engraved with the brand of flames. Holding the key, he could feel that the subtle fire element was very dense. It was very strange. So this is the so-called key. Lin Feng handed it back to Shi Jixin with a smile. He finally knew what a key looked like. By the way, Jixin, do you know where the Sparrow King prison is? Lin Feng asked casually. He had been in the fire territory for a while and had walked through almost half of it. However, he still could not find the Sparrow King prison. It was very strange. I don't know. Shi Jixin shrugged playfully. Lin Feng was slightly disappointed. While he was thinking, Shi Jixin suddenly pointed at the key and smiled. But it knows. It? Lin Feng was stunned. It will lead the way and bring me to the Sparrow King prison. Shi Jixin held the key. The flame brand on it seemed to be burning fiercely. Really? Lin Feng's heart was moved. Of course. Lin Feng and Shi Jixin walked together. Since Shi Jixin knew the way, he did not stand on ceremony. They were partners who had gone through life and death together. Why would they care about such trivial things? They laughed and chatted along the way. It was not lonely. As for Lin Zhan and Wuyin, they had already gone elsewhere. According to them, they did not want to be a burden to him. Look, Lin Feng's eyes flashed. Unknowingly, he and Shi Jixin had arrived at a place where clouds and mist grew. It was as if they had entered a fairyland. It was very strange. This was the fire territory. Dense fire element was boiling. It was rare to see such dense clouds and mist. However, it had appeared today. It meant that this place, there must be something strange. We should be here, Lindigo. Shi Jixin's beautiful eyes flickered as she looked at the key. Lin Feng followed her gaze. He saw that the flame brand on the key was shining brightly as if it had a life of its own. It trembled slightly. Hua! The key floated in the air. Lin Feng and Shi Jixin looked at each other in surprise. While they were still in shock, The key flew out with a swoosh and entered the deep layer of clouds. Lin Feng and Shi Jixin didn't hesitate at all. They immediately followed the key and entered the clouds. The clouds and mist spread. It was as if they had entered a formation. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled. He maintained the same speed as Shi Jixin and followed the key around. However, he was completely lost. In this place, his eyes seemed to have lost their function. But soon sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The familiar energy fluctuated violently. Lin Feng's chest rose and fell slightly. It was the energy of the fire element. It was the extremely dense energy of the origin of fire. He could not be clearer about it. In an instant, swoosh, swoosh, they passed through the clouds and came to a new space. Lin Feng heard the sound of burning flames. His heartbeat quickened. He looked at the endless sea of fire in front of him and felt the majestic energy. This was the Sparrow King prison. Lin Feng was shocked. Chapter 1078. Heart Connection. Lin Feng closed his eyes and sensed everything around him. That feeling was like a fish returning to the water, a bird returning to the sky, back to its home. Extremely comfortable. The surrounding heat was like a warm stream of water, and there was no sense of violence. Lin Feng closed his eyes slightly, and his mind was completely immersed in this comfortable feeling. The flame of rebirth didn't ignite outside his body, and the meteor-like fireballs didn't attack Lin Feng at all. Instead, they circled around him, forming a whirlpool like a guardian deity. It was very strange. Shi Jixin was completely different. The Aries constellation mark on her forehead flashed with a golden light, and a layer of energy condensed around her body. Pung, pung. She blocked the power of the flames. Calm and composed, Shi Jixin not only changed her appearance, but she was also stronger than when she was in the ancient ruins. In the land of miracles, as long as you had potential, you could unleash it. There were many warriors who reached the peak of the star sector level after cultivating here for a year. This was also one of the reasons why the Vermilion Bird Challenge was held in the preliminaries. It could allow warriors to grow quickly. Wow! Shi Jixin looked at Lin Feng with her beautiful eyes and was surprised. Suddenly, Shi Jixin smiled. She thought of Lin Feng's mysteries and miracles, but she was not surprised. Looking at his handsome face and masculine aura, Shi Jixin's heart started to beat faster. What's wrong with me? She was at the age where she first awakened to love, and they had gone through life and death together. It was normal for her to have feelings for Lin Feng. However, Shi Jixin herself did not know. Is my face dirty? Lin Feng opened his eyes and smiled. No, no, Shi Jixin replied. Her face was slightly red, and she looked very charming. Smiling faintly, Lin Feng did not mind. When he met Shi Jixin, she was just a little girl. Naturally, he would not think about that. Although times had changed, and the porcelain doll had become an elegant young lady, in Lin Feng's mind, Shi Jixin would always be the little girl who shouted, "I want to judge you." Let's go in, Lin Feng said softly. Shi Jixin replied. She pursed her lips, and her expression slowly returned to normal. What a dense fire essence energy. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. As he entered the sea of flames, he was even more shocked. The closer he got, the more he felt a familiar calling. It was so familiar. Had he been here before? Lin Feng frowned slightly and instantly denied it. However, the familiarity and connection in his heart would not lie. It was very strange. Lin Feng floated in midair as he stared ahead with sparkling eyes. Even though he had yet to enter the mysterious ancient forbidden grounds, the Sparrow King prison, the intensity of the fire elemental energy in the surroundings was already extremely shocking. It was almost comparable to the Earth-type ancient forbidden lands that he had entered. How shocking! And this was merely the periphery. The inside of the Sparrow King prison is probably even more shocking. Lin Feng was slightly shaken. Just imagining it made his blood boil. If he could enter it, he would definitely carp leaping over the dragon gate. but he still needed a key. 1, 2, 3. 3 passages? Lin Feng's eyes lit up slightly. That's not right. Lin Feng immediately denied it. His eyes shone, and he immediately saw 4 dark tunnels. It was like the feeling of the crystal coffin being sealed. Even so, he could still clearly see their existence. Aside from the dim luster, these were already sealed passageways. Clearly, they were the same as the 3 passageways that were still open. It was obvious. If this is the passage to the Sparrow King prison, then 4 warriors have already entered it. There are still 3 spots left. Lin Feng's eyes lit up slightly as he nodded slowly. To be precise, there were 2 spots left because one of them had already been decided. It was Shi. Lin Feng's eyes glowed faintly as he pondered. Many things required a fortuitous encounter, and his opportunity had probably been exhausted when he entered the Earth-type ancient forbidden grounds. The fact that he had failed several times in the trial hall was the best proof. But there was always a way out. Most of the time, there was more than one path to the end. Go in quickly, Jixin. Time doesn't wait for people. There are already 4 competitors before you. Lin Feng turned his head and smiled at Jixin. Jixin nodded. Her beautiful eyes were filled with hope as she saw the passages. With her intelligence, she immediately reacted. Holding the key lightly, she bit her lips and seemed to have made up her mind. Jixin said softly, "Lindigo, this key is for you." Lin Feng was stunned. Looking at Jixin's determined expression, he couldn't help but smile. He knew that she meant well, but he couldn't accept the key. "Are you afraid that I won't be able to get the key?" Lin Feng smiled. "Don't worry, I'll be in soon." "Really?" Jixin's beautiful eyes flickered as she looked at Lin Feng. She was filled with confidence. He didn't seem to be lying to her. "Yes." Lin Feng nodded. Seeing that Lin Feng was so certain, Jixin didn't have to force him. She smiled and said, "Then I'll go first, Linda go." "Go." Lin Feng smiled and waved his hand. They looked at each other and said goodbye. Jixin wasn't a wishy-washy person. She instantly turned into a shooting star and entered the passage under the guidance of the key. Jixin disappeared in the blink of an eye. Following her entry, another passage appeared. The light dimmed, and it was completely sealed. "There are 2 more spots." Lin Feng's eyes flickered as he nodded. Since the spots were fixed, there was no need to waste any more time. Lin Feng slowly closed his eyes and sat cross-legged. He was waiting to reap without sowing, waiting for the rabbit. This was another path. Since he couldn't get the key himself, he would get it from other cultivators. Fate could be transferred at certain times if the heavens didn't stop it. The key itself was an ownerless item. Otherwise, it wouldn't be snatched by others. This kind of opportunity was not only for the fated, but also for the strong. There are only 2 spots left. If I get the key in the end, but the spots are full, wouldn't it be a waste of effort? Now that I'm waiting for the rabbit, even if I don't get the key, other cultivators will. So I only need to wait patiently. Lin Feng closed his eyes and thought clearly. There was nothing unfair about it. This was the Vermilion Bird Challenge. The strong were respected. The weak were prey to the strong. Time passed day by day. Lin Feng wasn't in a hurry. He cultivated and comprehended very quickly here. He split his attention and comprehended deeply while cultivating his eyes. He didn't waste any time. There seems to be something strange about the Vastar eyes and Vastar eyes on the 6th level. It feels like there's a bottleneck in front. What is it? Lin Feng pondered. He could sense it clearly, but he didn't know that there was a legend among cultivators about breaking through 70% to become a saint. Special eyes and special bones contain the Tao of heaven and earth. If one cultivated to the 7th level, they didn't need to comprehend the path of a saint. They could rely on their talent to forcefully step on the path of a saint. Moreover, they would be much stronger than ordinary saints. Just like the awakening of the bloodline, the strength of the acquired couldn't be compared to the innate in most cases. This was the so-called breaking through 70% to become a saint. But it was very rare. It was also very difficult. One effort, one gain. The power of breaking through 70% to become a saint was so powerful. One could imagine how difficult it was. But there would always be people who would take the risk out of desperation and even wholeheartedly step on this path in order to become stronger and have a better future. The stronger the talent, the more terrifying the strength after breaking through 70% to become a saint. For example, Qian Lian Huang was like this. With her strength, she could have become a saint long ago, but she had been suppressing it. It was to find a better existence of the heavenly path. Lin Feng, on the other hand, had stumbled onto this path by accident. However, his path to becoming a saint in the Phoenix constellation was beginning to take shape. Both of them were advancing side by side. But which path would reach the end first? In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. Pa! Lin Feng opened his eyes, and they shone brightly. It's finally here? After waiting for 10 days, his prey had finally arrived. Outside the sea of fire, a sharp aura whistled over, approaching like a whirlwind. Lin Feng clenched his fists, his aura surging. He was already prepared. No matter who the opponent was, it didn't matter to him. One battle was enough. Although his body hadn't fully recovered, his strength was enough. It's here. Lin Feng's eyes flashed, feeling an additional aura in the sea of fire. The flames burned fiercely, but Lin Feng was stunned in an instant. It can't be. Lin Feng's face was bitter. The feeling of the aura was getting clearer. Soon, a familiar gray figure landed in front of him. Lin Feng sighed and shook his head helplessly. That familiar figure was Jin Ji. We meet again. Jin Ji smiled. It's really fate, Brother Jin. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. Waiting for someone? Jin Ji wasn't stupid. Lin Feng smiled and shook his head. Not you. If it was before, he wouldn't care who Jin Ji was and would just fight. But not long ago, Jin Ji had helped him a lot. He would remember this favor. Jin Ji smiled and pointed to the front. Luckily, there's one more other than me. After saying that, Jin Ji whistled past, his voice faintly resounding. I wish you good luck, Lin Feng. See you in the Sparrow King prison. In the blink of an eye, as Jin Ji entered, another passage closed. Just as Jin Ji said, there was one more, and the only one. Wah! Lin Feng's eyes lit up, but he wasn't in a hurry. So what if he failed? It would only mean that he wasn't fated to enter the Sparrow King prison. Even if he forced his way in, he wouldn't get anything. Closing his eyes, Lin Feng immersed himself in cultivation again. One day, another day. This time seemed to pass very quickly. After Jin Ji, only 3 days had passed. Wah! Lin Feng opened his eyes and stood up. The aura was very clear. The last slot had finally appeared outside the Sparrow King prison. He had been waiting for it for a long time. Whoosh! The aura was not weak. It even had a ferocious power that could break the sky. Lin Feng was slightly stunned. He felt that familiar aura, and his eyes instantly shone brightly. In the sea of fire, the figure gradually appeared. Lin Feng widened his eyes in surprise. It's you. Chapter 1079. Have you been waiting for a long time? A faint voice sounded. The newcomer's expression was calm, as though he was not surprised by Lin Feng's presence. Or perhaps he was mentally prepared. It was a middle-aged man who exuded a dignified aura. His appearance was ordinary, but he had a natural arrogance, as though he was born with it. Unlike the other participants who wore star armor, the middle-aged man was still dressed in rough hemp clothes. His martial attire did not affect his aura at all. The saber at his waist was also ordinary, but it gave off a feeling of stupidity. It contained a terrifying power. Hua Dao. He was one of the top 10 experts in Shirluo County and one of the 9 giants. His nickname was Saber King, and he was the sect master of the Moonlight Saber sect in Shibei District. His strength was unfathomable, and he had never been defeated since his debut. He was one of the top peak cosmic sector-level cultivators in Shirluo County. It was rumored that his strength was not inferior to Gue Gu's. His strength was ranked in the top 3. However, very few people had seen Hua Yidao fight. I didn't expect you to be the last one. Lin Feng's eyes were bright, and his battle intent was clear. He had already wanted to fight Hua Yidao in the preliminaries of the Vermilion Bird Challenge. Now they had met their match. Everything was predestined. I also didn't expect you to be the last one, Hua Yidao said casually, his eyes shining. Like Lin Feng, he also had the blood of battle flowing in his body. To a certain extent, the two were the same. They were both true martial artists. They were born for battle. His gaze swept across the Sparrow King prison not far away, and his eyes lit up. He said slowly, "There's only one channel left. It seems that the result is destined. One of us will be eliminated." Lin Feng said softly, "If I have offended you, please forgive me." Hua Yidao laughed heartily. "These are the rules of the game. What's wrong with that? To be able to fight with you, Lin Feng, regardless of winning or losing, it's all worth it." As soon as he finished speaking, clang, Hua Yidao unsheathed his saber. His movements were concise and direct, but powerful, like a fierce tiger waiting to strike. His aura kept rising. What a profound saber intent. Lin Feng was secretly shocked. The Hua Yidao in front of him might not be as strong as Halberd Ghost or even Jin Ji, but his saber, it was terrifying. As expected of the Saber King, Lin Feng's heart throbbed. It would not be easy for him to win this battle. The more ordinary the opponent looked, the stronger they were. That was the case for Hua Yidao, but such an opponent was hard to come by. Good. Lin Feng's eyes shined brightly. He unsheathed his amethyst spear, his spear intent sparkling. Facing an opponent of this level, he would be asking for trouble if he continued to hide his strength. Although Hua Yidao did not look impressive, he felt that Hua Yidao was definitely not weaker than Halberd Ghost. He had been severely underestimated. To be able to fight with Senior Hua today is worth it. Lin Feng's eyes flashed. The sound of the amethyst spear and Hua Yidao's saber resonated with each other. A battle without an audience was taking place in this sea of flames. It suddenly erupted at this moment on Demon Emperor Island. An unprecedented battle had come to an end. The final battle of the winner group. The Bull Demon of the Barbarian Bull Clan versus the Great Sage of the Macaque Clan. The battle ended under the gaze of countless Sage Kings. This internal war between the 12 Demon Stars had caused the 4 great sovereign clans and 5 great royal clans to lose face. However, one had to admit that regardless of whether it was the Bull Demon or the Great Sage, both of them were truly powerful. They were definitely the strongest forces of the Demon Clan. Both of them were practically born for battle. It was not luck that allowed them to advance to the finals of the winner group. Ha! He lay sprawled on the ground of Demon Emperor Island. His furry body was covered in blood. He was severely injured. It was a ghastly sight. The great sage of the Macaque clan had been defeated. After an evenly matched battle, he had lost in the end. Huff, huff. The bull demon panted heavily. The bull demon used his giant axe to support himself on the ground to prevent himself from falling. His body was also stained with blood. Although he had won the battle, it was a Pyrrhic victory. After an intense battle, he had relied on his superior physique to barely win. His opponent was extremely strong. Although he was exhausted and his body felt like it was falling apart, the bull demon's expression was unusually satisfied. He had come all the way from 1,000 Snake Cave to the Doling world in order to spar with experts and improve his strength so that he could break through to the Starry Sky realm. Now that his wish had come to an end, this battle was far better than him comprehending for 100 years alone. A good opponent was very important, especially an opponent of equal strength. They could compete and improve. He, the demon star of the Barbarian Bull Clan, Niu Qing, could not stop laughing. His simple and honest face had a mismatched craftiness. Although he knew very well that the Bull Demon did not belong to the Barbarian Bull Clan, so what? As long as the Bull Demon acknowledged him, then so be it. Such a powerful clansman was something that he could never hope to meet. That day, he had stood his ground and recommended the Bull Demon to participate in the competition, causing the entire clan to complain. Now, he had finally received his reward. The bull demon had taken first place in the winners group. It could be said that he had half a foot on the throne and was about to become a commander. Now, all that was lacking was the winner of the losers group. However, which loser demon would be a match for the bull demon? The position of commander was within reach of the bull demon. Previously, the losers group had also decided one of the last two places. The green camel lion Zhong Qing of the Two-Faced Lion clan, one of the 5 royal clans, had defeated the blood tiger clan's Kuei Tiangao. He would fight the great sage of the macaque clan to determine the winner of the losers group. The 4 royal clans had lost all face. Not to mention the 2 strongest in the winners group. Even the 2 strongest in the losers group would not be theirs. The battle for the commander was now clear. The bull demon, the great sage, and the green camel lion would choose one of the 3. Among them, the bull demon was the most popular and had the highest chance. Although he was one of the 12 demon stars, his strength had already been recognized by the other demon clans. However, to the bull demon, it did not matter if he was the commander or not. His purpose in coming to the Douling world was very simple. It was to compete, fight, and find a stronger opponent to challenge. In the land of miracles. Senior, thank you for letting me win. Lin Feng cupped his hands slightly, his eyes shining. Indeed, the new generation surpasses the old. Hua Yidao sighed softly and revealed a gratified smile. Cough, cough. He clutched his chest and coughed out a few mouthfuls of turbid blood. There were bloodstains on Hua Yidao's body, indicating that he was seriously injured. However, there was no bloodstain on Lin Feng's body at all. It was easy to tell who was better. I only had the advantage of the terrain. Lin Feng nodded. You're humble. Hua Yidao smiled. With your strength, even without the terrain, your chances of winning are more than 90%. Looking at Lin Feng, Hua Yidao's eyes lit up. Watching your strength increase step by step, Lin Feng, you indeed have a bright future. Breaking through to the Saint Realm is just around the corner. I have no choice but to admit that I'm old, Hua Yidao said happily. He did not mind at all. To him, the battle just now was already satisfying. Take it. Hua Yidao threw the key over. Lin Feng reached out and caught it. He immediately felt a warm and familiar flame. The flame brand on the key was clearly visible. It was the same as Shi Jixin's key. It was the key to entering the Sparrow King prison. Senior, Lin Feng wanted to say something, but hesitated. All right, don't be so wishy-washy. Do your best after entering. Hua Yidao smiled sincerely and waved his hand. Let's part here. With that, he turned to leave. Suddenly, Hua Yidao turned his head and smiled faintly. I forgot to tell you that I actually snatched this key. Huh. His hearty laughter was filled with confidence in himself. Lin Feng's eyes were burning. He looked at Hua Yidao, who was leaving, and felt admiration. This was a true master who was unfazed by anything, a true martial artist. Although Hua Yidao's aptitude might not be good, even inferior to Hua Wei, his temperament and character were destined to not be stuck at the star sector level in the future. Perhaps his cultivation would be slower, but he would be steady and steady. Hua Yidao definitely had the ability to raise his cultivation to the saint level. It was even more likely than Guei Gu. Next, it's my turn. Lin Feng's eyes flashed. He gently held the key in his hand. Feeling the power of the fire element, he felt as if he had entered the Sparrow King prison. That feeling was very tempting. Why not take action? Sparrow King prison. Seems like we're not destined to be together. I hope I can obtain a great opportunity in the Sparrow King prison this time. Break through and become a saint. Like a gust of wind, Lin Feng instantly entered the last passage. As the passage rapidly lit up, the key flashed. The last passage dimmed and closed. At this moment, boom, rumble. The sea of fire on the surface of the Sparrow King prison shook violently. It was as if the heavens and earth were falling apart. The entire sea of fire collapsed. All the passages were hidden underground. The entire Sparrow King prison underwent a shocking change. The surrounding area was slowly covered up. It was as if it had returned to its original state. It was extremely shocking. Rumble, rumble. Amidst the shaking, no one saw that the Sparrow King prison was slowly disappearing. In the starry sky, two giant stars resonated with each other, forming a sharp contrast with the other 5 stars. The starry sky formed by the 7 stars seemed to contain something. Barbaric world. It was a calm and boundless lake. At this moment, a tall and proud figure appeared. His eyes were crystal clear, and he exuded a unique aura. Shun. This is the place where the Tianji Elder, no, the Tianji Saint Lord lives in seclusion. Shun's eyes were shining. He was hesitant. However, Shun made his decision almost immediately. Since he was here, there was no need to hesitate. So what if he was rejected again? He had worked so hard to find this place. Whether he succeeded or not, he had to give it a try. I heard that the Tianji Saint Lord is the kindest. I hope I can succeed this time. Muttering in his heart, Shun instantly entered the lake. He pursed his lips. His shoulders were not wide, but he was shouldering great pressure and responsibility. He did not want to see the human race destroyed. Chapter 1080. There's indeed a palace. Shun was moved. With his strength, he had already scanned the entire lake the moment he entered. In the southern region, Shun's strength was not given or boasted. He was the real deal. He was the real eldest senior brother. With a clear feeling, Shun quickly rushed towards the direction he sensed. Although the lake was huge, in just an instant, Shun had arrived. I can't detect it. As expected, Shun's eyes lit up. However, at this moment, the palace's door creaked open. The sound of metal was especially clear, bringing with it a strong aura. It felt like it was welcoming him. Huh. Shun's eyes lit up. He did not hesitate and immediately entered. A water curtain appeared in front of him. He sensed the aura of a sage in front of him. Master has been waiting for you for a long time. It was a valiant and formidable-looking woman with a curvaceous figure and a perky chest. Just like her expression, she was filled with a proud aura. It was precisely the eldest senior sister, Shui Yao Mei. This way, please. Shun's eyes lit up. He did not say anything and followed. You're here? His calm expression showed that he was not surprised by Shun's arrival. It was an old man with a kind face. However, he was as thin as bones. His life aura was not strong. It was the controller of the 100 Falls, the owner of the Water Curtain Cave, Tianji Elder. It is rumored that the Sacred Lord is proficient in divination. I have heard of your name. Shun cupped his hands slightly, neither servile nor overbearing. But Shun wanted to say something, but stopped. Looking at Tianji Elder, Shun frowned slightly. His strength was almost at the level of Sage King. He could completely sense Tianji Elder's current state. He was ready to die. Hee. Tianji Elder laughed lightly. Don't worry. This old man has not reached the end of his life. Shun's expression softened. The Sacred Lord's health is the blessing of the human race. After the battle with the Peach Blossom Sacred Lord, Shun was very careful. However, there were not many chances left. Don't be so polite. I am not the Peach Blossom Sacred Lord. Tianji Lauren's eyes brightened as he sighed. My heart is for the human race, but the will of the heavens is playing tricks on me. Although I managed to survive the second war of the shamans and demons, I am no longer the same as before. I have less than 10% of my strength left. Tianji Lauren's dim eyes became even more desolate. Shun's expression changed slightly. The Heavenly Secret Saint Sovereign's words were also bad news. He finally understood why the Heavenly Secret Saint Sovereign had chosen to retreat and live in seclusion. I already know why you're here. Letting out a deep sigh, Tianji Lauren said with a solemn face. Although I foresaw that the human race would face a calamity, I didn't think that this calamity would be so tragic. The human race is already weak. Now that they have no leader, I'm afraid they will be even more vulnerable. Shun's eyes lit up as he said, Sacred Lord, do you know where Master and the other Sacred Lords are? Is she still alive? They aren't dead yet. However, Their current situation is worrying. I'm afraid that they won't be able to escape this calamity. The elder of heavenly secrets frowned and sighed. Let's not talk about it. The most important thing right now is how to resolve our current predicament. According to my prediction, in less than 3 years, the third war of shamans and demons will erupt. At that time, where will the human race go? 3 years. Shun's eyes glinted sharply. It was very short. It was almost within reach. To a warrior, 3 years of seclusion was enough to exhaust all their energy. With only a slight hesitation, Shun instantly got down on one knee and said, "Sacred Lord, please save the human race from this calamity." "Get up, child." Tianji Lauren's eyes were filled with love. "You are worthy of being the emperor of the human race. You are neither servile nor overbearing. You have a kind heart, wisdom, perseverance, and temperament. You are a dragon among men. Yao has taken in a good disciple. Sacred Lord, you flatter me." Shun shook his head. "If I were really talented, how could I be so helpless at this moment?" While speaking, there was a faint sense of self-mockery and helplessness. "Not really," Tianji Lauren slowly said. "There are two kinds of emperors. The first is the talent of ruling the Golden Age. They know how to make good use of people and work hard. They are called emperors. You are the emperors of the Golden Age. However, the current situation of the human race cannot be ruled by emperors. In such a situation where there is only a slim chance of survival, you need a slim chance of survival." Shun's eyes brightened. "Sacred Lord, you mean King, the King of Chaos. After 9 tribulations, you will become an emperor. After 9 tribulations, your wings will transform. You will find the only destiny and lead the human race out of this predicament. Twisting heaven and earth." Tianji Lauren's voice was not loud, but every word was like a gem. Shun's eyes were filled with shock. The human race needed a king of chaos who could really turn the world around. "Senior, may I ask?" Shun said. In a split second, 3 lights flew toward him. They were as fast as the wind. Shun reached out and caught them. They were 3 brocade pouches. While he was puzzled, Tianji Lauren's faint voice echoed in his ears. "Go back. Before the new emperor is born, the human race needs your leadership. When you are hesitating, you can open these 3 brocade pouches. The future of the human race is in your hands." His voice was like the sound of an empty valley. It was long and undecided. Shun raised his head, but he could not see Tianji, Saint Lord, anymore. It was like a dream. It was very mysterious. However, the 3 brocade pouches in his hands proved that what happened just now was not his imagination. It was absolutely true. "I am the emperor of the human race." Shun smiled helplessly. His smile contained too much. Indeed, as Master said, Tianji's Saint Lord is unfathomable. Qianjuan's pressure was on his shoulders. Shun knew that he was responsible, but he could not shirk it. However, he was willing to do things for the human race. He had no regrets, even if he had to sacrifice his own life. However, Tianji's Saint Lord said that he would become an emperor after 9 tribulations. Who was the future emperor of the human race after 9 tribulations? He did not say it clearly. With Tianji's Saint Lord's personality, this meeting would probably end here. In 3 years, the 3rd Great Shaman Demon War will break out. I think the future emperor of the human race will be revealed by then. Shun nodded slowly. Land of Miracles, Sparrow King Prison. Everything was fated. As the 2 stars in the sky shone, the 5 battle stars reflected each other's brilliance. The Sparrow King Prison was undergoing drastic changes. Finally, everyone is here. Thousand Love Empress floated in the air with her legs crossed. Dense starlight shone around her body. Ha! In the darkness, a pair of radiant eyes opened. Sung Ren's eyes were cold and sharp. He was filled with killing intent. She clasped her hands together and bowed her head slightly. Her face was filled with a holy radiance. Her bright eyes slowly opened. There was an unapproachable arrogance in them. The 7 passageways were now completely closed. As the Sparrow King prison underwent drastic changes, the entire land of fire was also undergoing drastic changes. Thousand Love Empress, Tseng Run, Zhu Ru Meng, Halberd Ghost, Shiji Xin, Thorn, and Lin Feng stepped into the treasured land that all the martial artists in this year's Vermilion Bird Challenge competition fought to enter. Who could obtain the most points in the Sparrow King prison? Who could break through to the saint level and become the true winner? No one knew. Everyone had different encounters and made different choices. The outcome was different, just like Lin Lindy at this moment. He was being burned by fire. His skin was torn open as if he was going through the cruelest punishment in the world. However, this was the path that he had chosen. Ah, ah, ah. The heart-wrenching screams made Lin Lindy's already ferocious face even more hideous. The blazing fire sizzled as if it was burning his entire body. This was obviously not an ordinary fire. Lin Lindy was a fire-based martial artist. His control over fire and immunity were incomparable to that of ordinary people. However, despite his screams, Lin Lindy's eyes were still as vicious as ever. "How is it, my good disciple? It's not too late to give up now." Not far away, an ugly and demonic old man looked at him with a half-smile. "Why should I give up?" Lin Lai's teeth were stained with blood. "Didn't you say that as long as I survive this 1,000 ghost-devouring fire array, not only will I be reborn, I will also be able to break through and become a saint with a bright future ahead of me? You're not lying to me, are you, old man?" "Puffed. What's the point of lying to you?" Holy Lord of the Human Demon curled his lips. "Who knows what you're up to?" Lin Lindy clenched his teeth and said in a trembling voice, "Oh, since you suspect me, why did you agree?" Holy Lord of the Human Demon sneered. "You said that as long as I agreed to enter the 1,000 ghost-swallowing fire array, regardless of whether I succeed or fail, you will agree to one of my conditions. Old man, are you going to go back on your word?" Lin Lindy's eyes were bloodshot. F***CK. Your master is the famous Holy Lord of the Human Demon. The ugly old man jumped up and gave himself a thumbs up. "I'm going to go back on my word? What a joke." Lin Lindy smiled. "Didn't you get your great reputation by betraying the human race? Are you looking down on me?" Holy Lord of the Human Demon's eyes turned cold. "If I look down on you, why would I take you as my master?" Lin Lindy gritted his teeth and said coldly, "I despise people who pretend to be righteous the most. Old man, you're true to your nature. That's exactly what I like. So what if you're condemned by the masses? So what if you're a villain? Every man for himself." "Good. Well said." Holy Lord of the Human Demon laughed loudly. "Every man for himself. Cultivation is going against the heavens. Why should we follow the rules?" Back then, there were 18 holy lords of the human race. What happened in the end? Holy Lord of the Human Demon said disdainfully, "How many of them are still alive?" Yellow Emperor, Yao Emperor, and the others fought to the death for the sorcerer race. What happened in the end? Now, they can neither live nor die. Yin Chong and Tianji are like cripples. I can crush them with my pinky. Oomph. His words were filled with arrogance. Lin Lindy's eyes also flashed. There were many secrets that came from Holy Lord of the Human Demon's mouth. "Brat, do you really hate that Lin Feng so much?" Holy Lord of the Human Demon's face turned cold as he said slowly, "Skin him alive and tear him apart." Lin Lindy's eyes were filled with hatred as his body trembled. "Good." Holy Lord of the Human Demon's eyes shone with a bloody light. "Don't worry and cultivate. Even if those hypocrites of the ancient race can't deal with him, I, your master, will personally settle this matter for you and fulfill your wish. Treat it as my gift to you." Lin Lindy's eyes shone with excitement. "Thank you, master." Chapter 1081. Oh, Lin Feng's eyes changed. He seemed to have entered a space turbulence, and everything around him was changing rapidly. Hua, hua. The light in front of him brightened, causing his heart to tremble. That familiar feeling filled his heart again. Lin Feng clenched his fists and closed his eyes, wanting to clearly feel what kind of power it was, as if it was calling him. However, in an instant, his body seemed to have stopped falling. The surrounding energy calmed down, no longer fluctuating violently, and there was a strong flow of fire spreading. Opening his eyes, he seemed to have entered an area of light, which seemed to be the nest of fire dragons. Countless fire dragons were flying in the sky, spitting out strong flames. His heart was shocked. This is the Sparrow King prison? Lin Feng was slightly startled and immediately rejected the idea. No. Taking a closer look, these flames were not real flames, but passages formed by strong fire elements. They were wrapped in flames, like portals, attracting him to enter. Every flame portal had an extreme attraction, as if touching the depths of his heart. It was different from the ancient forbidden land of earth he had entered. And in an instant, around him, rays of light appeared, and Lin Feng's eyes lit up. It was a cultivator who looked exactly like him. The familiar aura, the bright eyes, all of which were proof of their strength. Bramble, Shi Jixin, and Sangren? Lin Feng's eyes lit up, looking at the young man in black not far away. The change was great. He was still dressed in black, but Sangren's aura was more than 100 times stronger than the last time he saw him. The killing intent in his eyes was cold, as if he was cold-blooded to the extreme. Previously, he was like a sharp blade, making people's hearts palpitate, but now he was like a sheathed knife, looking more ferocious. His strength had increased greatly. Sure enough, I'm not the only one who has improved. Lin Feng was secretly shocked. Sung Ren's eyes also looked over as though he had sensed Lin Dong's gaze. There was a deep coldness in his eyes. A faint killing intent accompanied by a dark green glow flashed and disappeared in a flash. Sung Ren immediately turned his head. He still remembers. Lin Feng pondered. That day in the green field immortal track, Sung Ren had tried to kill him several times but failed. With his personality, he would definitely not forget. In the Sparrow King prison, he had no choice but to be wary of him. As soon as this thought appeared in his mind, Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. His hands unconsciously clenched into fists, and his chest rose and fell rapidly. This feeling was strangely familiar. She is... Lin Feng looked over and saw a short-haired woman around 20 years old. She was dressed in a neutral martial attire, but it was unable to conceal her peerless beauty. Her eyes were as bright as pearls, and her skin was as white as snow. The tight martial attire accentuated her exquisite and translucent curves perfectly. Although she was a woman, she was filled with a firm strength. She looked at him, and in an instant, it was as if Mars had collided with Earth. His soul was shaken. This was the most direct collision between special eyes. He was in no way inferior to him. No, it was even better than that. If his eyes had just reached level 6, then this short-haired woman's eyes were at least at the peak of level 6. Moreover, compared to his own eyes, the short-haired woman's eyes had more offensive power. Clearly, they were not the support-type eyes. With her appearance as a sky martial artist, it was truly inconceivable for her to have such high power. Very strong indeed. It was just like how he felt when he first saw Thorn. Now, she was more than 10 times stronger than that time. One should know that his strength had increased a lot. It was a deep threat. Who is she? Lin Feng frowned and became more curious. This was the first time he had met such a powerful expert, and it was a woman. Thousand Love Emperor. Lin Feng did not know her, but Shi Jixin, Thorn, and the others did. As powerful experts of the younger generation, Thousand Love Emperor was their common goal. At this moment, Thousand Love Emperor was slightly interested in Lin Feng. Her beautiful eyes were shining with curiosity. Suddenly, finally, two figures appeared. It was a man and a woman. The man was handsome, and the woman was gentle and holy. Once they appeared, they attracted everyone's attention, especially Lin Feng. Halberd Ghost. Lin Feng's eyes immediately widened. When that valiant white robe appeared, he had already sensed a familiar aura. As Halberd Ghost's figure was revealed before his eyes, everything else in his mind was abandoned. At this moment, there was only one thought in Lin Feng's mind: kill. Halberd Ghost must be eliminated. If he did not kill him, he would never be able to rest in peace. Boom! The flame shot out and exploded like smoke. Lin Feng's explosion shocked the surrounding people. Thistles and thorns finally reacted. Halberd Ghost's face was ashen as he cursed under his breath. Oh no, he did not expect to meet this fiend here. Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. With this thought, Halberd Ghost ran away without hesitation. As an assassin, pride was not important to him. He had already seen Lin Feng's strength. If they were to fight face to face, he would definitely lose. If he did not run now, when would he? A strange scene suddenly appeared. With one running away and the other chasing, Lin Feng and Halberd Ghost disappeared in front of everyone, leaving the 5 people confused and not knowing whether to laugh or cry. They had just entered the Sparrow King prison and did not even have time to explore. Instead, they had stirred up hatred, pursuit. Lin Feng's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Killing Halberd Ghost was one of his goals when he entered the Sparrow King prison. The Sparrow King prison and what was special about it were put aside. To him, the most important thing was to kill Halberd Ghost and get rid of him, not only for himself, but also for his big brother and Wuyin. White Shirt Association. Lin Feng muttered in his mind. He had already committed it to memory. If others advance 1 foot, I will advance 10 feet. First, he had to kill Halberd Ghost. Self-form. Miss Cloud steps. Lin Feng's eyes were deep as he exerted all his strength. His eyes flashed with resplendent starlight as he sensed everything around him. Space energy and time energy flowed violently in this place. As the fire element surged, Lin Feng's speed suddenly increased. Halberd Ghost's face was pale as he felt mentally and physically exhausted. His body hadn't recovered after the battle with Lin Feng. Now, it was like he had been stabbed by a sword, and he was in extreme danger. Once he was caught, there was only one possibility waiting for him: death. No, I don't want to. Halberd Ghost's desire to live was very strong. In front of him was a fire dragon pillar. The flames were ferocious. A tunnel formed by a ball of fire was not far away. His only hope was to enter before Lin Feng reached him. But would he make it in time? The terrifying flames behind him were suffocating him and were about to swallow him whole. Halberd Ghost's face was pale as he felt powerless. His strength seemed to have disappeared instantly. At this moment, an illusion appeared in his mind. Halberd Ghost was stunned. Die. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. The purple crystal spear in his hand turned into illusions as it pierced out with the flames. It was extremely ferocious and seemed to be able to swallow everything. Lin Feng was calm as he felt an unprecedented amount of strength. The engulfing flames exploded and condensed a shocking amount of fire elements, engulfing Halberd Ghost completely. In this place, he could unleash his full strength. His current strength was many times stronger than when he fought with Halberd Ghost previously. With his current strength, he could not dodge it. Death was the only way, but accidents always came one after another. Plans could never catch up with changes. Boom! A strange aura suddenly exploded and Lin Feng was stunned. Halberd Ghost seemed to have transformed into another person. His white clothes were glowing with a faint blood-red light, and his face was as ferocious as an evil spirit's. He turned his head and clenched his hands into palms. Suddenly, he roared, and it was as if a ghost was wailing beside his ear. Break! Lin Feng's eyes lit up instantly. He was not affected at all. The level 6 elf could be considered a saint-level ability. However, before the first wave subsided, another wave came. Halberd Ghost's hands were glowing with a bloody mist, and the blood-red light covered everything. In the bloody mist, countless blood snakes opened their bloody mouths and tried to bite him. They were as fast as the wind. Lin Feng was shocked. If he had not fought with Halberd Ghost before, he would not have believed that it was the same person. Regardless of his strength, aura, or even the way he attacked, It was as if he was a completely different person. He was much scarier than before. Dodge? He could not dodge. Lin Feng frowned and made a decision in an instant. Although Halberd Ghost's attack was terrifying, if he dodged, he would lose the chance to kill him. In front of him, a flaming tunnel could be seen clearly. Halberd Ghost would have enough time to hide in it, and this great opportunity would be wasted. He would rather be injured than to take the risk. Go! Lin Feng's eyes were burning. The purple crystal spear in his hand drew a spiral of fiery light and dispersed all the bloody mist in front of him. The blood snakes were instantly destroyed as if they had been struck by lightning. The spear's shadow was like lightning, destroying everything in its path as it rushed towards Halberd Ghost. Chi! Chi! Amidst the blood mist, the rest of the blood snakes came from all directions. Lin Feng's eyes were bloodshot, and his pupils were completely dilated. That kind of painful biting was like biting directly into the depths of his soul. Every time he was bitten, he was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. This kind of pain was too terrifying. But die. Lin Feng roared angrily. It was as if there were thousands of snakes on his body. Not a single part of his skin was intact. In the bloody mist, Lin Feng was like an invincible god of war. He broke through the encirclement. The purple light was the only light in the black mist. The terrifying aura and power condensed into one point and broke through all defenses. At that moment, there was nothing else in the world. There was only one spear. Die! Lin Feng gritted his teeth and charged out of the bloody mist. Chi! The purple crystal spear pierced through Halberd Ghost's chest. Halberd Ghost's eyes were filled with unwillingness and shock. Boom! The thick flames engulfed everything in an instant. In the flames, a figure stood upright. He was filled with killing intent and was unstoppable. Lin Feng, you're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.